Good morning, and welcome to our 11th annual Fontan Education Day. It's lovely to have you all here. Thank you so much for spending your Sunday with us. So I want to start by acknowledging the traditional owners on the many lands that we are meeting on today and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. And we really celebrate the enormous diversity of the Aboriginal and Maori cultures. I know we have a lot of New Zealanders on the line as well, and I pay my respects to all of you who are joining us today. So there's a few housekeeping things to mention. That webinar will be recorded and available as a video presentation within a month or so. We're going to have panel sessions throughout the day that incorporate Q&A. Please type your questions or queries in the chat, and we will try and address all of the questions eventually anonymously by typing to you, but some of them, if we have time, we'll address by speaking during the panels. Now, there's quite a few thank yous that I need to mention, and especially to Saskia Hupertz, who's on the line and is working with us on the registry as a research assistant, who has spent hours and hours coordinating this day. So thank you so much, Saskia. And also to the amazing Carly Clendenning, who many of you will know, who's been working at the registry for years. I want to thank my co-chairs, AJ Iyengar and Rob Weintraub, for their contributions through the year. And I also wanted to thank Rebecca Peters, who many of you might remember has been popping up for years, who has now moved on. She's completed her nursing degree and is working as a qualified nurse, which is so exciting. I wanted to give you a little bit of an update about what we've been doing at the registry. So we continue to publish around 20 to 25 research papers a year. We're now following over 1,800 people who live with a Fontan circulation across Australia and New Zealand. We're running a number of clinical trials, and many of you are participating in those studies at the moment. The exercise study that you'll hear more about today has been hugely successful, and we're planning to hopefully have some results by the end of 2025. So hopefully the year after next, I'll be talking to you about the results of that study. We're also running a study about pregnancy for women with a Fontan circulation, and we've already recruited over 12 ladies for that study. So hopefully, probably even next year, we'll have some results to talk to you about that. We have a study running that's assessing brain function and cognition that's been following people for 5 years, and we'll have some information for you about that in the next year or two. And we're also about to start a study assessing kidney function, so stay tuned. Eve Udicam's International Fontan Registry is up and running, and there'll be the first results from that trial of almost 5,000 people with a Fontan circulation from across the world will probably be published next year. Now, we talk about an enormous array of things today, and we try and be thoughtful about our content, but if anything is upsetting to you or you have questions, please feel free to reach out to me or your doctors. This is the most important day for us at the Fontan Registry. We exist because we want to improve health outcomes and life for all people living with a Fontan circulation. And one of the most important ways we can do that is arm you with education and information and advocate for you. But if we've got that wrong, or, please let us know so that we can help work through things together. This will be the last time I'll be presenting to you as chair of the Fontan Registry. This is March next year is the end of my 5-year term. And it's been such a great privilege. I say the same thing every year, being in this position. So thank you for all your support over the years. I'll be still involved, but I'll be handing over to somebody else fabulous early next year. All right. Well, with that, I might kick off the formal proceedings. And firstly, we're going to hear from Sam Chung, who is the current chair of the Australia and New Zealand Fontan Community. And we work very closely with them on this day. And thank you so much to all of you guys who have been so engaged with helping to develop this program. I love working with you guys. So Sam is a legal graduate and now works in Canberra for the Australian government. And it's been so lovely watching you, Sam, over the years. And Sam's going to tell us a little bit about what the Australia and New Zealand Fontan community are up to at the moment. If we can get his computer awake. There you are. Hello. Oh, and I forgot to say hello to you guys because you're all together in Canberra at a little hub today. There's a little group of you. So thank you, all you Canberrians, for coming together. Oh, it's raging there. Now, why can't I hear you? Can you talk for a second? Let me see if I can hear you. No? No.
Hello.
Oh, yes, got it.
Oh, perfect.
All right.
Thank you so much. Awesome. Yeah, sorry, I was talking so highly of the Canberra Hospital and no one could hear me at all. So just trust me when I say it's awesome.
Right. I'm going to drop off now and hand to you.
No worries. Thanks so much, Rachel. And thank you so much for your compliments. Definitely not deserved, I think, but thank you nonetheless. As Rachel said, I am Sam and I'm the current chairperson of the Australian and New Zealand Fontan Community Committee. And I will share my slides. Perfect. So, yeah, we're very grateful that we're able to present today. Who are we? What are we? So we were established 10 years ago in September 2014, following the first Fontan Education Day, with support, of course, from the Registry. And now we are an affiliate of Heart Kids Australia. We are a passionate volunteer committee comprised of people who have been affected or impacted by the Fontan circulation. So that includes adults with the circulation, families of people with the circulation, health professionals interested in the Fontan, and other various individuals within our community. And members are from all across Australia and New Zealand. So you're very welcome to join us. We would love to have you. And it's a really great committee to be a part of. The year in review, as always, the chairperson, and this year it is me, comes to the Fontan Education Day to tell everyone about the fabulous year we've had. And we have had a fabulous one again in 2024. Most notably, we celebrated our 10-year milestone. So really exciting. We're now in double digits. So really, really exciting for all of us here in the committee and in the community. We have continued our collaboration with the Registry, and we're very, very grateful that we're able to have a big say over what happens and what's spoken about at the Fontan Education Day. Thirdly, we are in the process of drafting new terms of reference and memorandum of understanding. Hopefully we become even greater friends with Heart Kids Australia and Heart Kids New Zealand. We're starting some discussions to make sure we're affiliated in a way in which we can help them and they can help us, which will be awesome. And finally, maybe most excitingly, we've been quite active this year with our virtual social catch-ups. In February, we did one on sport and stamina. In July, we did one on heart to heart. In September, we did one growing up Fontan. And in November, so next month, and I highly encourage all those in this Fontan Education Day to log into the Heartbeat Hangout. What is the Heartbeat Hangout? I will get back to that shortly. But these virtual social catch-ups, what are they? They are basically online Zoom or Teams meetings in which you can join and we discuss topics. So for example, sport and stamina, we discussed sport. And it kind of gives us some talking points to start the conversation going. If the conversation derails, that's totally fine, because the point of these discussions are also to meet other people in the Australia and New Zealand Fontan community. Heartbeat Hangout, November 24, Sunday, 5 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, 7 p.m. New Zealand Daylight Time. If you are in a city that doesn't correspond to those times, I've popped the timings on the right there for your convenience. This will be a big one. The Heartbeat Hangout, instead of doing a topic like sport or health or growing up, this topic is going to be trivia. So it's going to be more exciting, more engaging. So hopefully as many of you can come as possible. This will be our pre-holiday kind of session, because once December hits, it's a no-go, I think. I think a lot of us do our own family and work-oriented Christmas and holiday celebrations. So this will be our last one for the year, and we will be celebrating the year with you. So log in. We'll post on our socials the link and how to get access to this session. Really excited to see you all there. Some links. So if this is sounding pretty cool to you, if you want to be part of the action on the ground and join our committee, you absolutely can. Please check out our website, which is there, our Facebook page linked there, and our Instagram linked there. I'll send these links as well through this Fontan Education Day, so it's more clickable for you, because I'm not sure if that right now is clickable for you. And join us today. So if you have your phone on you, you can also scan the QR code and join the committee. If this is all sounding really cool for you, we'd love to have you on our committee. And finally, I was told to plug the hubs. So here in Canberra, we have an in-person hub in which we're getting together with members of the community. Unfortunate that other cities weren't as popular and didn't garner, it just wasn't as popular as us. I'm sorry, we're just so cool. No, yeah, woo! But keep in mind, for next year, we'll do it again. Make sure you get down. Great way to meet others, like-hearted situations. Excuse the pun. Awesome. I think that's all I have. Yep, perfect. So I'll hand you over to the awesome people running the show.
Thanks, Sam. Okay. So I'd like to introduce now my colleague and friend, Associate Professor Dominica Zentner, who is an expert in the management of people with a Fontan circulation, and her passion is pregnancy, not for herself, but for her patient. But today she's going to be speaking to you about the latest research in the area of all things Fontan. Thank you so much for joining us this morning from Melbourne.
Good morning, and thank you, Rachel. And hopefully, no, that's not the one I want to share. That's the one I want to share. Can you see my slides?
Looking great.
Good, and that should be full screen.
Perfect.
Excellent. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Sam, you're going to be hard act to follow with respect to the enthusiasm with which you delivered your talk. So I will do my very best. And I'll spend the next 15 minutes or so talking to you about the latest research updates. But I do want to echo Rachel's comment that about the importance of making sure that the information we share with you today is constructive, and to reach out if we raise concerns. And secondly, to say that actually I was really pleased because I had to put this together a little while ago and then received the program. And there are some really good links into the speakers that follow today. So I think hopefully this will be a good basis on which to listen to everybody else as well. So this is what I want to go through today. And I want to share with you at the start some of the pitfalls that you might come across when you try and find information, not just what information is out there. And then I've organised some of the research I found from the last 5 years according to themes. I'll dip into a couple of the current research opportunities through the registry, and then bringing that all hopefully together with some simple conclusions. So for those of you who know me, you know I love my definitions. So what is research? And I'm going to have to get rid of that window, otherwise I can't see my slides. So research is the creation of new knowledge or the use of existing knowledge in a new and creative way in order to generate new concepts, methodologies, inventions, and understandings. And research can also include going back and putting together previously published outcomes and looking at it in a different way. We think in science very much about a hierarchy of evidence. So the sort of basis of a lot of what happens is really that observation of relationships, or at which point we don't really know if one leads to the other or are just associated. So we don't know if they're causative or not, but often lead to us asking questions. And perhaps the simplest way to think about that is even just the observation millennia ago that rain clouds then resulted in rain, and then that understanding that perhaps one event leads to the other. We often in medicine, and a lot of the research that's come out of the registry are what we would describe as cohort studies. And so that's putting together the outcomes from people who share one common variable of interest. So in this case, that would be the Fontan Circulation. And then we think about the pinnacle, if you like, of evidence, looking at an intervention in a randomized way, ideally double-blinded, where neither the person taking part in the research nor the researchers know who's in the active or the intervention arm, and compare that to the people who have a placebo or non-active equivalent to the treatment. And so that's just a really sort of rough idea about what sort of research is out there. Oh, my slides are not... There we go. So what did I search? Well, I went to a medical search engine called PubMed, and I did a very simple search. So I literally put in the term, so the word Fontan, and then I applied some filters for the sort of research that I was interested in, and I limited it to the last 5 years. And I also then went and had a look at the registry page. Throughout the talk, I'm going to use that gold star symbol to highlight papers that when I read them actually included data from the registry, because that might well be one of you on the meeting today. And I just want to say thank you, but also really highlight how much the registry and gathering of information has helped advance knowledge. And I've shared with you on the right what those articles were with respect to very broadly what age they reflected. So most of them, if they had an age, were in fact in pediatric and adolescent, so people under the age of 18, a lesser number in people over the age of 18, somewhere I couldn't filter by age of who they'd included. But I really wanted to highlight that of those 73 publications I found, 13 were in people who did not have a Fontan circulation. And this is using a medical database. And why do I want to highlight that to you? Oh, I've missed a slide when I had that issue. I'll go back, sorry, and then I'll go forward again. I really wanted to highlight that because there can be some real pitfalls in how we find information in 2024. We're all surrounded by an enormous amount of information, and it's filtering what's relevant to us and what's going to be helpful to us that is the biggest challenge. And so even using a medical database, I turned up a whole lot of articles that had, as I said, absolutely nothing to do with the Fontan circulation. And in fact, this is something that the Department of Health here in Victoria is quite aware of, and they've got that little sheet there over on the right, just talking about the importance of making sure that where you're getting your information from is a reliable place. So do be careful. Not everything you read is going to be true, and not everything you read is going to apply to you. And excuse me while I go forward. So of those articles that I did find, I've chosen to just dip into some of those themes. And as I said at the start, nicely, they actually are then echoed by the talks that come after. So my first one was exercise. And I was really interested in whether we had evidence for whether it benefited younger people. And so this is a systematic review that looked at what they defined as a paediatric population, but they did go all the way out to 20, looked at varying lengths of exercise intervention and found that, yes, even in children, if we can increase how much exercise they do, they saw improvements. And perhaps really excitingly for me as an adult cardiologist, the fact that there was some really intriguing data that led to better exercise parameters in adulthood. So a real plug for why starting early is a good thing. Well, what sort of exercise? And this is a really lovely paper that was published earlier this year, making the point, this is something that Rachael has been talking to us about for a very, very long time, but the importance of trying to think about our leg muscles as replacing the right ventricle for people with a Fontan circulation as another way of squeezing blood through the heart. And this, again, was a study in a paediatric population aged 8 to 18, and a 3-month intervention, but very much focused on weight training for legs. And every time people could achieve the weights that they'd been given, they were put up again, and also accompanied with a high protein diet. And over that fairly small amount of time, saw some improvements in how their maximal exercise capacity, in some of the parameters of their heart function, in how strong their leg muscles were, although they've given you a little arm muscle picture there, and also in how people responded to their quality of life had improved, and how parents thought the quality of life for their children had improved. So really interesting, and there'll be more about exercise and also about diet later today. And some of you might think, oh gosh, really, exercise? And I think what I really want to remind everyone on today's meeting is that actually this message is for all of us, whether or not we have a Fontan circulation. And when I say we, that's not me, and I recognise that. But this is a message that I give to all my patients, regardless of whether they have a Fontan circulation or another cardiac diagnosis, but really applies across the board, even for those of us who might be lucky enough to still be well. And exercise, absolutely, definitely really good data that it improves our life from the point of view of reducing the risk of things like diabetes, cancer, and the more general heart disease that many of us get as we get older, but also the really significant psychological benefits. So it can help us feel better and can be a really good opportunity with which to make social connections, both of which is really important for our mental health. So apologies to all my patients who get sick of me talking about exercise, but definitely all of us should be every day. The second topic that I wanted to dip into was medication. So thank you for those of you who took part in the Rubato trial run through the registry some years ago. This was a study looking at pulmonary vasodilators, so drugs that reduced pressures in the lungs for people with a Fontan circulation. And there was some real excitement that this might be helpful for everyone with a Fontan circulation. And so this paper published in 2021 put together all the published data that had looked at this, and it's a real mix. So there were some randomized trials, some non-randomized. So sometimes people knew what they were taking, sometimes they didn't. They looked at acute drug effects and what happened if people took the medication over time. So real mix of things, which is not necessarily ideal. But they set out with a question about, did it work? So was it efficacious? And was it safe? And the conclusion was it was safe, but they didn't see a benefit, except that Rachael led this from the registry. So there's a big gold star on this paper. And the registry looked back at everyone in our data, in our registry, who had been prescribed a medication for high lung pressures, and then looked into whether they were someone who had higher lung pressures or not. And in fact, once they concentrated on people who had been proven to have higher lung pressures, then they did see a benefit. And so this becomes a study that really is hypothesis generating. So we can see that there seems to be an association here. Is it definitely causative? And really what we need to think about is not giving up on this class of drugs altogether, but to be really focused about the possibility of running trials where we only include people where those pressures are high and then see whether there is a benefit. So not everything that is published stays true forever. Sometimes we go back and find or reinterpret studies that have already come out. So the third thing that I wanted to dip into was thromboprophylaxis. So this is medications to reduce the risk of clotting. And I think this is something that comes up a lot at these days. People want to know if they're on the right blood thinner. Is one agent better? Are the newer ones the direct oral anticoagulant, which don't require blood tests for managing levels of how thin the blood is, such as we need for warfarin? Are they okay to use? And so this is a paper published last year, looked at 21 studies. Now only 2 were randomized. It was a very young population. And from the adult point of view, they didn't follow them up for very long. But regardless, had some interesting data. Importantly, one of the things that's missing is that we don't know why the decision was made for all those different individuals to be on a different medication to thin their blood. But the important findings for me were that the thromboembolic events, so things like clots and strokes and major bleeding, actually the bleeding was comparable across the group, regardless of what blood thinner people were on. And the thromboembolic events, which is what we use these medications to try and avoid, was highest in those who were not taking anything. And so their sort of bottom line was all the medications reduced thromboembolic events. But of course, without knowing why someone was on a particular medication and somebody else was on a different medication, we can't come out and say that one is better, because there's a whole lot of different situations that underlie that decision-making that are not clear in the paper. What about organs other than the heart? And I found this paper published 2023, which I thought was interesting because, of course, I only have the privilege of meeting people once they're adults. And I can't imagine what it's like to be a parent and family member of a small baby who needs to start going through this process. And I found, I looked at these graphs and thought, goodness, how would I have felt if my newborn baby growth was so restricted in that early part of their life? And so I am presenting this today to really talk about the fact that there's, you can see the people's height and weight trajectory. I'm hoping you can see my arrow when I do that. Falls off very, very significantly after birth and before they have the Glenn operation, which is boxed in yellow, and then slowly starts to improve. And after they've had the Fontan Circulation, which is boxed there in orange, continues to increase. But that by the time people are 15, so still adolescents, their weight has returned to the sort of normal for the population, but their height is less. And so about 10 years after the Fontan surgery, height is about 5 centimetres less than average and weight has recovered. And the reason I'm raising that is that I've already spoken about nutrition in terms of muscle. I know that parents are often told about the importance of high calorie around the time of early life and those early surgeries. And I can only imagine that there might be a lot of anxiety about children participating in physical activity. But the combination of those habits, once we create them, if they continue, may lead to a greater BMI. And I accept that in this paper, they haven't looked at body composition. So the next paper I wanted to talk to you about was this one, also published in 2023, systematic review that looked at a whole lot of studies that actually measured fat mass or lean and or what we call muscle mass in over 700 people with a Fontan circulation. Now, again, not ideal in that those variables were measured in different ways, so not all the studies are comparable. But what they did find was that although overall the population had a normal body mass index, in 5 of the 9 they had a higher fat mass, and in 12 out of the 15 a lower muscle mass. And so although it's really hard to look at this and know what comes first in terms of the adverse health outcomes that we see with people who have less lean muscle, i.e. we don't know if you're doing less because you feel less well or you feel less well because you've done less, but we definitely have increasing data that more muscle, especially leg muscle, is good. And in the general, so non-Fontan population, we know that that body composition is associated with poorer health outcomes. So some really good evidence or really good suggestion that exercise and thinking about what makes up our diet are going to be really important. Very briefly wanted to talk about the liver because I know that this is something that has caused a lot of concern for the medical and allied staff looking after you, but also a lot of anxiety for everyone who lives with a Fontan circulation or their family. And so these are the paper on the left published this year was a meta-analysis. It looked at years and years of follow-up. And the first part, part A, included only studies where people had a biopsy to assess for cirrhosis. And they did find that cirrhosis, or the sort of changes in the cells and stiffness that we see in the liver, do increase with time post-surgery. And then they looked at 13 studies that had looked specifically at people where hepatocellular carcinoma, so liver cancer, had been diagnosed. And at 20 years post-Fontan surgery, that was less than 4%. So, and most people, but not everyone who had ended up with cancer, 70% of them had underlying cirrhosis. The paper on the right only looked at a very small number of people who had liver cancer. And what they found was that if they defined surveillance, so being in care for the liver, as having had the liver imaged within a year of the diagnosis of cancer, only 4 of the 65 people had been in regular surveillance. And although one of the blood tests that we use was helpful in most, it wasn't elevated in everybody. And so really the message from this is the importance about participating in ongoing care and surveillance. You might think it's boring to be told that nothing has changed, but actually that's exactly what we want to hear. And I think some evidence that really, in terms of following up the liver, we need to use all the tools that we have at our fingertips, not just rely on one. So don't think because your blood tests have been normal that you don't need to go off and have some imaging done as well. Lastly, wellbeing. So this is a paper, again, involving a lot of people from the registry, looking at health-related quality of life and reporting that that was lower in people with a Fontan circulation than in those without. But I read things like this and think about, well, what drives that? What can we modify? And what I hope is that eventually we're going to end up being able to create some targeted interventions that we can prove are safe and prove to be effective. And I really want to recognise that this, the next bit really is for all of us in the population. How we feel about ourselves is important. How we feel about ourselves can help us, but can also hinder us. We've become increasingly aware about the importance of mental health. So I really mean that it's really important to ask for help if you're not okay. And it's really helpful if you can identify what works for you and help us try and facilitate that for you and make that part of your care. So very briefly, Rachael has already told us about the number of publications that come out of the registry every year, and you can see that on the graph. I'm going to very quickly mention 2 only. One Rachael has already mentioned, and this is the exercise research that's taking place all around Australia. And I don't know where we're at with numbers, but sounds as though we are doing well. And if you are interested in participating, then you can reach out to that email there. And the other one that I wanted to raise was from Melanie Clode, who's given me her slide, and she's also talking later today. And again, harks back to what Rachael said at the start and what I then said at the start of my talk, and that is the importance of how we give you information and the fact that we are really aware that the words we use are important. And so this is some really interesting research that I think is yet to be published, but from Melanie, looking at how you would like to hear us present information. So again, if you would like to participate, please email Rachael, because if we can get this right, if we can get our communication right, that's going to help everybody. So my conclusions, and firstly, apologies, because I'm sure I have copied someone with that little graphic over there on the right, and I don't remember who used that at a prior. It was Eve. Thanks, Rachael. I was like, I know someone has done this, but I can't not do it. So I'm agreeing with Eve. But these are my conclusions. What you read may not be correct, and what you read may not apply to you. So research is excellent, but I found a whole lot of irrelevant stuff when I looked. And the other thing that can be sometimes a little bit confronting is the realization that we can go back and negate prior findings. So a couple of years ago, pulmonary vasodilators, everyone went, okay, does it work? And now actually we've got a little bit of a suggestion that perhaps it does, but just in a small proportion. My second conclusion is that I do really want to tell you that you have power. It's really important to ask questions, and it's really important that you focus on what you can control. There's a lot of stuff that all of us can't control in our lives, and it can be very detrimental to focus on that side of the equation. So what have I shown you today that you are able to participate in and have some control over? Exercise, thinking particularly about lower limb exercise. You should understand what blood thinner you're on and why. And Also, just to highlight that the blood thinner you are on may change throughout your life, and you should understand the reason for why those changes are happening. It doesn't mean that the prior decision is wrong. It is most likely, or it should be, in reflection to something that has been noted, and it's really good to understand that. I totally get that coming to multiple appointments can be incredibly exhausting, and that sometimes it's a reminder of a diagnosis that perhaps you're in a good stage of your life where you don't want to be giving that a huge amount of weight. But I found the liver data really interesting in terms of why we need more than one way to look at things, and hopefully that just makes you feel a little more comfortable with participating in multiple appointments, and the realization that if we say to you everything has stayed the same, that's actually the best information that we can be giving you. So could I just encourage you to take part in research if it's right for you? And if you want to read a little bit more about what taking part in research should be like, then again, that's a website on the screen at the moment from the Australian Clinical Trials. And with that, I am just going to thank you. And I do specifically or particularly want to thank Rachael for her excellent leadership of the registry over the last almost 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominica. That was absolutely fantastic. And I can see you put hours and hours of work into that. So thank you. I mean, that was just such a fantastic overview for the audience. I'm very grateful.
Pleasure.
Now, I'm jealous of Melbourne in a lot of ways. And now I'm especially jealous because Dr. Kate English, who is an internationally recognised expert in Fontan physiology and adult congenital heart disease, has now settled there and is working at the Royal Melbourne Hospital. And she's joining us today to tell you all about Fontan physiology. Thank you so much, Kate, for spending some of your Sunday with us.
That's a pleasure. Thank you very much for the invitation as well. It's very nice to meet a whole new community of Fontan professionals and patients. It's very interesting actually to see the same issues echoing really around the planet, affecting patients in the same way. So we're going to take quite a few steps backwards just to go back and look at Fontan physiology in a bit more detail. So this is fairly basic, but hopefully a refresher for people to work out how their hearts are working. I shall just share my screen.
Not here yet.
I have two ticks.
Yep, it's coming. Perfect.
So hopefully that should be working. So you can see here a picture of Francis Fontan, who died sadly in 2018, and it was his creation really that started the ball rolling with the Fontan. We're just going to take a little step back and just look at normal heart physiology so that we can just remind ourselves of what happens. So the heart has 4 chambers normally, 2 collecting chambers at the back called atria, 2 pumping chambers here at the front called ventricles, and 2 great vessels which come off the heart. So deoxygenated or blue blood comes from 2 big veins in the body, one from the bottom, one from the top, to the right collecting chamber, through a one-way valve into this right-sided pumping chamber, and then out to the main lung artery, where the blue blood flows around the lungs, picks up oxygen, and then when oxygenated comes back into the heart, into this left-sided collecting chamber, through this one-way valve, into the left-sided pumping chamber, and then it gets pumped with this second pumping chamber out through the aortic valve into the aorta, which is the main blood vessel taking oxygenated blood around the body. Just click on to, sorry, next slide. So here we have a baby who is born with a congenital heart problem, so nice smiley baby. Very often now diagnosed antenatally, and I'm never cease to be amazed really at the quality of these echo pictures that are done in fetal life. But we can see in these images that the V is ventricle, so this is a pumping chamber, but in this particular example there is only a single pumping chamber, this example here, this is one pumping chamber, and this tiny little slit is the other one. Some of these babies with congenital heart disease are born with what we call single ventricle conditions. So essentially all we have is one pumping chamber. So we still have blue blood coming back from the body, red blood coming back from the lungs, but because there's only one pumping chamber, the blue and the red blood mix together. Some of it goes to the lung artery, the pulmonary artery, and some passes to the body through the aorta. Now, there are many different names for these conditions, and one of the things that we try to teach our trainees is that the name doesn't really matter, it's the physiological consequence of that particular single ventricle condition. And they all have this in common, that we have mixing of oxygenated or red blood and deoxygenated or blue blood, which makes the patient blue. So there are many different conditions such as tricuspid atresia, unbalanced atrioventricular septal defect, double inlet left ventricle, hypoplastic left heart, and extreme versions of double outlet right ventricle. Now, some of you will recognise some of those diagnoses from your own diagnoses list, but they all have this physiological concept in common. So what does it mean to be a blue baby? And Dominica's already touched excellently on this in the previous talk. So as children, poor exercise tolerance, breathless on exertion, they don't grow well, they don't feed well, often delayed development. And this all leads to both educational and social disadvantage, which follows through really into later life. And then as blue babies get older, if not treated, they will get poor and ever worsening exercise tolerance, multi-organ involvement, so problems associated with having blue blood, which include gout, which I think sometimes people kind of diminish really in its importance, but it is extremely painful. Gallstones, gum hypertrophy, problems with kidneys. And this educational and social disadvantage also leads into financial disadvantage, and people unable to work or do other things to improve their financial situation, and things like reduced reproductive options. So really a multifaceted impact on patients' lives and their families, of course. So when we have a baby who is born with any of these single ventricle anatomies, the primary question is, can the heart ever be made into a two-pump circulation? So can you ever get the heart back to that image that we saw in the second slide of normal, of essentially a normal circulation? So they're required to be two viable pumps. Can the blue and the red blood be separated as it comes into the heart? And can the blue and the red blood be separated as it comes out of the heart? And if the answer to those questions is no, then we proceed down the Fontan pathway. And what the Fontan pathway does is it exchanges what was a complex blue circulation for a complex pink circulation. And it's the pink circulation which has the benefits, but what we still do have is this complex circulation in the background. So this is what it looks like, and we'll go through this in a number of different ways. So essentially, all that we have is a single pumping chamber. And because we only have one pump, we use that to pump blood all the way around the body. We divert the blue blood away from the heart so that the blue blood is draining directly into the lungs, so that the blue and the red blood don't mix together. We call it septation. So we're essentially separating the blue and the red blood, and we're using this single pumping chamber to pump the blood all the way around the body. The first stage is something called a bidirectional Glenn or cavopulmonary shunt. So the superior vena cava, which is this vessel here, which is the big vein that you saw in the video, which takes blue blood from the upper part of the body, is taken off the heart here and attached to the right-sided lung artery. And usually at this operation, the main lung artery here, which is usually connected to the heart, is disconnected from the heart as well at this stage. The IVC, which is this vessel here, which is the big vein draining blue blood from the bottom half of the body, still flows into the heart and is still connected. I'll just show you this in this schematic. This is usually done in the first year of life, but not usually as a tiny baby. So here we have SVC, blue blood from the top of the body, IVC, draining into the right atrium. We have red blood coming back from the lungs, draining into the left atrium, and the red and the blue blood mixed together in the ventricle to make purple blood, essentially, some of which goes to the aorta and some of which goes to the pulmonary artery. So this is the baby at birth, essentially before any surgical intervention. So when we do a Glenn shunt, we take the SVC off the heart and we attach it back onto the pulmonary artery. We disconnect the pulmonary artery here from the heart. So essentially all that we have going into the pulmonary artery is blue blood from the SVC. What that does is we've reduced the amount of blue blood going into this section and we've replaced it with red blood. So what was blue has now become red. So the mixture goes from being 2 blues and 2 reds to being 3 reds and 1 blue. So we essentially make the blood in the ventricle, in the single ventricle, more oxygenated or redder, and that blood goes out to the aorta. So this is how the Glenn works, and it increases systemic oxygen saturations. And what that does is it increases oxygen delivery to the tissues, to the myocardium, to the brain, allows people to grow, to develop, to feed and to exercise. So as the baby grows, what do you notice about this slide? So babies have proportionally really big heads. So this is a baby at 1 year of life, and the head is around 25% of body size. At 3 years, the head has shrunk essentially to 18% of the body size. And this continues until people are fully grown. But the SVC, after the Glenn, which is now attached to the pulmonary artery, takes all of the blood from the head. As the baby grows, the amount of blue blood returning from the head decreases relative to the blue blood from the body. So they start to get a bit bluer again as they grow. And this drives the second stage of the Fontan, which is usually done around age 4 to 5 years. So we look at this again in a little bit more detail. This is stage 2 Fontan completion, and the image as we see it is what we'd left after the first stage, so after the Glenn, so SVC directly onto the pulmonary artery. Here we have the IVC into the right atrium, and this is as a baby has grown, the flow down the SVC becomes relatively less, and the flow up the IVC back into the heart becomes relatively more. So we take the IVC off the heart and we plummet again directly into the pulmonary artery. So we now have a situation where we have no blue blood returning directly to the heart. We have more red blood coming back into the heart. So all of the blood in the ventricle and in the aorta is fully saturated, or essentially fully saturated. So we have a patient who has oxygen levels which have gone from maybe 70–75% when they were born to 95–96% post-Fontan. There are a number of different types of Fontan, and lots of you will recognise these different names. So atriopulmonary Fontan are the oldest type of Fontans which were performed. This is where the right atrium is connected directly into the lung arteries. And the problems that we see with this are we get stretch on this collecting chamber here, and this leads to lots of heart rhythm problems. Sometimes the flow through this enlarged chamber is quite sluggish and quite prone to blood clot formation. Lateral tunnel Fontan started to be performed in the late 1980s, so these patients are now in their 30s, late 30s, and less heart rhythm problems with this type of operation, but less problems with blood clot. And then the most common, more modern iteration is the thing called the total cavo pulmonary connection Fontan, also known as a TCPC, introduced in the early 1990s, where there's a tube graft conduit from the IVC here up into the main pulmonary artery, which carries the deoxygenated blood from the inferior part of the body up to the pulmonary arteries. And this carries less heart rhythm problems and less blood clot complications, but certainly we do still see them. So I'm just going to recap as to where we're up to, and just then talk a little more about the physiology. So this is normal, where we have 2 pumps side by side with blue blood and red blood separated. This is a Fontan circulation where we only have 1 pump. The blue blood and the red blood are separated, but the blue blood flows passively through the lungs back to the single pump, which then pumps it around the body. This is how I try to express to people how it works. So if you imagine that you're a red blood cell needing to get around the body and you're on this roller coaster, when we go up the slightly scary bit of the roller coaster where it goes up to the top, this is where we're putting energy into the system. So this is the left ventricle essentially. So as we go up the hill, we've got energy plugged into the system, and then we get to the top and we whiz down the hill through the body, through the legs, and then up the IVC through the liver. And it's at this point here where we hit the right ventricle, where we get further energy pushed in as the right ventricle squeezes. That gives you another oomph of energy to get up this hill, round the top of the curve, which is the lungs, and then back down. And then we come back into this position here, which is again back to the left ventricle, where we get another boost of energy. So in the Fontan circulation, you only get energy inputted in the left ventricle. So only this bit here gives you energy, and you have to get all the way up to the top of the hill. The input of energy is complete, and you then have to whiz all the way down through the body, through the gut, through the legs, through, just go back because that's important, through the right ventricle, through the lungs, and then back out through the lungs, but you have no energy inputted into this part of the circulation. So you can see that this has got to be really effective, and the pathway for your blood to flow around the body has to be nice and smooth and not interrupted by anything. So changes in pressure and changes in resistance can affect that flow quite significantly. People quite like to know what these things look like in real life. So this is a patient, this is an old image, but they're beautiful pictures. An echo picture of a patient with a total cavo-pulmonary connection. And you can see this is the tube graft sitting actually within the heart in this particular instance. This is the single ventricle chamber, and this is carrying the deoxygenated blood, this tube graft, deoxygenated blood up to the lung arteries. This is it, looking at it long ways. So this is the IVC here attached to this tube graft, and then blue blood flowing up into the lungs. And this is colour flow, so you can just see there's a thing called a fenestration, which we probably won't talk about today, allowing a little bit of blood to come out of the Fontan tube into the systemic circulation. So it was an amazing thing to ever invent, really, I think. It's always slightly surprised that he invented it and thought it would work, but obviously it does. So this is what we go from. So kids who would be, very cyanosed and clubbed and extremely breathless and not able to do very much with a Fontan circulation. We have a bunch of kids who can grow, who can feed, who can exercise, and who can socialise extremely effectively on a par with their peers and really on a level playing field. The first Fontan was performed in 1968. They'd done 3 by 1971 and around 100 by 1983. So we know that we can take our blue babies into these kids who run and exercise and do very well. We also know that we can progress this into adult life, and we can, with this type of surgery, we can create a population who are actually extremely well and do all the things that everyone else does. So go to uni, go to work, have kids, have traveling experiences, and all of those things. But the natural history of the very long-term outcomes really is still being written, because the surgery really only started to be done mainstream in the 1980s. And I've just screen grabbed this from Dominica as she was talking, and also obviously she's pinched it from Eve. So I think we would all echo this, and you're going to hear a lot more about exercise as the day goes on, and other issues which we're all currently facing, how to do our best for. So hopefully that's given everybody just a recap and overview of how the whole thing works. It's quite complicated. We find that lots of our junior doctors and medical students struggle with the concept because it is quite complex. But thank you very much for the opportunity and your time this morning. I'm just going to stop sharing.
Thank you, Kate. That was absolutely fantastic. And you also have obviously put a lot of time into those slides, which I'd love to steal from you. They're fantastic. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay, I'm going to hand over now to Elle Pendrick, who is an amazing woman I've known for many years, who lives with complex congenital heart issues, not a Fontan Circulation, but has a very important lived experience and has established a fantastic platform called Adulting Well. And we've asked her to come to speak to you today about improving health literacy, because I think she has some very important insights to share. So over to you, Elle.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
I can hear you. I can't see you yet. Oh, there you are. Hello.
Sorry, I can't seem to hear you for some reason, but if you guys can hear me, then that's always a good start. Okay, great. Thank you so much for having me here. I will just share my slides.
I'll give you a thumbs up when we can see them.
Fantastic. Okay. Okay, we can see everything? Fantastic. Okay. Hi, I'm Elle. I'm really excited to be here. And I'm going to be talking about something pretty dry and a bit boring, which is navigating the healthcare system with congenital heart disease in my case, and Fontan in your case. I've lived with CHD and a complex type for 41 years now, and one of the trickiest things I find is navigating the healthcare system. So I'm really excited to share this. I think I've been a teeny bit ambitious with how much I can get through in 15 minutes, but let's crack on. Today, what I'm going to be sharing with you is 4 must-have phone apps that I find really helpful, a bit of a crash course on how the health system works, and 3 really cool websites that can save you time and money when you're trying to figure out where to go and where to get the cheapest options when you need it. So I'll jump straight in. One of the most important things to do when you're trying to figure out life with Fontan is to use technology. This is my phone, and try and come in really helpful. So the first one that I want to talk about is digital paperwork. And I think digital paperwork is really the easiest way to keep track of what your health condition is, what your medical history is, also the certificates that you need to have, and any medications. There is a really great free app that you can download by Upbeat from Heart Kids, and I've used it. It's really helpful and just makes life a bit easier if you ever need to try and explain what your heart condition is to anybody, or you're wondering, where's my medication up to, you can always just jump in there. The second one is medication trackers. Not everyone needs to take medication, but for those that do, use your phone, use technology to support you. Like, don't miss a dose and don't double dose, just tick it off as you go through. There's loads of different apps that you can find that can help with that kind of thing. And the third one that I love is the Medicare Express app. The reason that I really like it is because it has everything that you need in one for Medicare. So if you've got a Medicare card and, like me, often forget your wallet, you can have it on your phone. So if you've got the app, down the bottom, it's got a really great one that says digital card, and you can just click on that and it will show your card, which is fantastic. If you go somewhere and they don't have an electronic way to make a claim so you can get the money dropped straight back into your bank account, you can make a claim through the app, which is really helpful, and try and keep on top of your money and get as much as you can. It also has all of your vaccination details, and it will also help you track where your safety net is up to. So I'll come to that more in a little bit. But basically, the safety net is where the government has said if you've spent a certain amount of money on your healthcare in a time period, we reckon that's a lot. So how about we kick in and help you? Then the threshold to go over it does vary. So I'm not going to give you a direct figure here, but you can see on the app there is one that says safety net. Just click on that and it'll show you in a really clear way where you're up against it. The fourth one is hospital apps. And I have to say, these are so helpful, not just for tracking where your appointments are up to, figuring out what medications and allergies they've got listed against you for the hospital, and getting all your test results and keeping track of those. When I was in Cincinnati, the hospital was massive and they had a hospital app and I was using it to navigate myself through the complex. So if they have that option, that's really fantastic as well. The one I've given here is from the Royal Melbourne Hospital, and I have heard fantastic things about it. If you know of any other hospital apps, please drop a little note in the chat so that other people can make sure that they get the relevant hospital app for wherever you guys are. And I do just want to chuck in a little bonus one. So it helps someone help you. So if you have a medical emergency, which fingers crossed we never have, but if you do, it's a really good option to type out your medical identification, your emergency contact, and this is from an Apple phone example, but if you've got Android, it has the same capability, but use your phone to your advantage. There are so many ways that you can just have your health in your pocket. So don't be shy, use tech to support you as much as possible. So moving on to the health system. And given I've only got a few minutes, I'm going to give you a very crash course of who the key players are and what role they play in supporting you through your life and the healthcare journey that we all need to go through. So first off, I'm going to kick off with the federal government because we're in Canberra. So why not start with the federal government? A couple of the really important things, the big one is Medicare. So the federal government injects billions of dollars into Medicare. It is huge and it's so well funded in a lot of ways. No, it doesn't cover everything, and no, it's not perfect, but we're very lucky to have it in Australia. So what it can mean is you can get subsidised visits to see your GP, and even when, for example, I see Professor David Zeller, if I go see him, it subsidises my visits to see him for my annual checkup. And sometimes it will subsidise 100%, and sometimes it'll subsidise just a little bit. And that's what's called bulk billing, which is 100% of it, or partial billing, which is subsidising just a bit of it. They also fund a lot of the public hospitals. They also fund the essential tests that we might need to have. So if you go to your GP or you're a health professional and they say, hey, you need to go have that blood test that we were just talking about to check on your liver, sometimes they'll cover those types of essential costs as well. They also cover prescription medication. So if you need to have prescription medicines, there is a thing called the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, which is affectionately known as the PBS. And in your Medicare app, you can also check where you're up to with your PBS and how you're tracking along that for safety nets as well. But with the PBS, I will just give a word of warning that it is not every single medication. If you go down and you have a headache and you see the pharmacist, Medicare, the PBS is not going to cover that. It's for prescription medicines only. It's for only select medications, not everything. And there is a co-payment. So they don't cover the 100% of the cost, they cover part of it. So they still think that you're going to pay for part of it as well. The other really cool thing that Medicare has is treatment plans. So for me, I go to my GP and I have a long-term chronic illness. So I go on the chronic illness treatment plan, which helps them coordinate my healthcare. It also helps me maybe access some care a little bit more cheaply, which is fantastic. They also have a really great mental health care plan, which does the same thing, but is focused on your well-being and your mental health. And I've been on those before and I found them really helpful. The federal government does lots of other really fun stuff, like fund and run the National Disability Insurance Scheme. They do aged care. They help fund all the hospitals and also do a lot of regulation, the really fun stuff. Moving on to state governments and how you might interact with them. So they run the public hospitals. So the federal government will run how the funding and a lot of the regulation around public hospitals, but how they actually run in real life is up to the states. So for example, I'm sitting in Campbell Hospital, which is run by the ACT government. The other thing that states and territories do is provide ambulance care. Now, you just need to be careful and double check whether your state or territory does fund that through the government. If not, I'll come to it in a minute, with private health insurance might cover that for you if you need it. The other thing that state governments look after is community health, travel assistance, and regulation. With travel assistance, it's really awesome. Every single state and territory in Australia has a travel assistance program. If you can't get the healthcare that you need where you are, they should be able to provide you, once you fill out paperwork, to fund you to be able to go and have the healthcare that you need where you need it, where it's available. So for example, I know that Rachael comes down to Canberra, which is fantastic, but a lot of the major care that we need to use is in Sydney for me. So I go to Sydney a lot, and I could probably look at the travel assistance in the ACT as well. So have a look at that to help support you financially to be able to manage your healthcare. The next key player, which is not for everyone, but for those people who are interested, is the private sector. So there's private hospitals, there's private healthcare. There's also using private healthcare to fund different aspects of your community-based care. So one big part of that is private health insurance. So private health insurance does not cover everything. It doesn't cover your visit to the GP, for example, but it will cover proportionally some of your hospital care and extras, which is called, which might be dental care, might be going to see an exercise physiologist. And if your state or territory doesn't cover ambulance care, you could pay to have that. Two things that I will just flag in relation to health insurance for people with Fontan. The first one is, Fontan's a pre-existing condition. So you need to be upfront and disclose that with them, definitely, because it can impact whether they're going to pay out things later on. So make sure that you're upfront about that, and then have a look at the fine print about what it says as to how long there might be a wait, or how it might be covered, because that's a really important part of private health insurance. The other thing to keep in mind is age-based discounts. So as people were talking about before, you're going to have, a lot of us had surgery when we were very young. And then once we get to 18, 19, 20, and maybe we're looking at private health insurance, if you get private health insurance before you're 30 and you take it out for yourself, you can get a discount because you're under the age of 30 and you're taking it out. So just keep that in mind as well. The other really big player for you as someone with Fontan in the community trying to navigate your healthcare system is charities. It can be expensive, I know, but I lean into charities. So I'm sitting in the Ronald McDonald House, which is amazing, which is obviously for younger people, but it's a fantastic facility. And if you need the support, or your family needs the support, or somewhere to stay, then lean into charities to be able to support you in navigating your life with Fontan. Heart Kids is also amazing, and the Heart Foundation. So it's really great to see how these organisations can fit in to all the different areas that are going to support you through your life with Fontan. So I guess my key message with the healthcare system is that it takes a village. It is not just, oh, we'll just use the federal government's Medicare, or we'll just use the public hospitals at the state level, or maybe get some health insurance, or maybe lean into Heart Kids for something. And then you play that factor in trying to connect all these dots. It can be a bit like juggling balls and trying to see how it's all going to fit together, but it does take a village. And if you take that village approach, you can kind of see how you can connect them all instead of just looking at them as individual pieces. It takes a village to get through life with Fontan, which is really important. So before I go, I will just leave you with 3 really fantastic websites that I absolutely love and have used quite a bit. The first one is called the Medical Cost Finder. So every time you go see a health professional, or you go and have a test, or you go and have a medical procedure, you can get what's called a Medicare item number. And if you're not sure what it is, just phone them and ask them, or when you're there, scribble it down, use your phone, type it into your phone. And what you can do is with that Medicare item number is go to this website, type in the Medicare item number, and what it will spit out for you is an estimate of how much Medicare is going to pay, how much your insurer might pay if you've got one, and then how much you might be out of pocket for it. A lot of the time when you go in, you're trying to figure out, oh, I'm going to go have this test or I'm going to go have that. It's hard to understand upfront how much you might be out of pocket. So this is a really great website to have a look at when you're trying to figure out your costs. Just remember that it's only an estimate. It's not perfect, it's not the be all end all, but it is a jumping off point and it's really quite handy. The second one is called privatehealth.gov.au. And the reason that I love this website is because there are loads of comparison websites, and some of them are fantastic and some of them not so much. The way that those comparison websites work is that sometimes they are paid to feature their products, and sometimes with your private health insurance, you really just want to have all the options without any of that back-end stuff maybe interfering. Some of them, don't get me wrong, some of the websites are fantastic, but this one is run by the government. They don't take payment from any insurer and they cover everything. So if you're interested to do a compare your policies, have a look at this website because it has every single policy that is out there. It also, if you want to review your insurer, it will provide you with a review of every single insurance agency out there. And it will also teach you how private health insurance actually works in language that's understandable, that I think. So it's a really handy website. And the last one that I want to mention is Health Direct. So Health Direct have what's called a service finder. And sometimes even for me, I get to a point where I'm like, oh God, I've got another thing that I've got to pay for. I want to know if there's maybe somewhere that bulk bills, which means covers it 100%, or at least partial bills, which means I'm not footing the full bill. And you can go to this website, you can type in, for example, I'm looking for a GP, this is my postcode, and there's filters. So I could filter by bulk billing GPs in my location. Or you could go and say, oh, I'm looking for a hospital that has this kind of test that I can go to, where's the closest one? And this has everything in it, even mental health professionals and all sorts of help that you can get. And I really rate all of them. So the key takeaways from the very quick chat that we've had today is there's 4 key phone apps that I would highly recommend that you consider having on your phone to help you navigate your healthcare. Secondly, it takes a village to navigate your healthcare, and just remember there's lots of different players that can support you. And lastly, there are a couple of really great websites out there that can help with ease navigating the healthcare system as much as possible. So thanks so much for having me here today. And I really am so thrilled of how amazing it's been working with Rachael and the team and all the amazing work that the team's done to get it here.
Thank you, Elle. That was fantastic. I learnt an enormous amount in that short period of time. So thank you very much. And if you need more information, if you Google Elle and her Adulting Well platform, you'll be able to get more formal information about things. Thank you so much, Elle, for spending some of your Sunday with us and taking the time to put that together.
Thanks, Rachel.
See you later. One important thing I often hear when we're sort of talking to patients and their families and planning an operation at the public hospital, they're often very worried about how much that's going to cost. I want to reassure you all, when we're doing procedures and tests and operations at the public hospitals, there's not costs involved with that. It's when we're starting to look at doing things in the private, or some tests like MRI, if they're not done at the public hospital, might have some gaps of cost for you. And there might be some situations where a particular test or procedure really can only be done at one of the major centres. For example, often people, when I ask for them to have an MRI, are like, why can't I have that locally? And really that sort of test needs to be done just at 1 or 2 specific places. All right. So that's been an amazing morning so far. We're perfectly on time. I'm going to bring our panel in now. So if you can all kind of unmute yourselves and unmask yourselves. So we're going to spend the next half hour talking about the early stages of living with a Fontan circulation and transition, the time when you transition from pediatric to adult care. And so we have an awesome panel for you today. So we have David Baker, who is my office mate at RPA. And David is an adult congenital cardiologist based obviously in Sydney, and he's undertaking PhD research in Fontan physiology. We have Evelyn on the line. Many of you might have heard from Evelyn before because she's published an enormous amount of research in the area of transition, and she's the transition manager at Royal Children's Hospital in Melbourne, and has done a huge amount of work in the area. Julian Ayer, who's an associate professor based in Sydney at Westmead Children's Hospital, who does an enormous amount of work for the Fontan Registry, and we're so grateful to have him here today and his support. And then last, but most importantly, we have Tom Benfield, who is a young adult living with a Fontan circulation. And he's a pretty amazing person. He's set up his own streetwear fashion brand, which is doing really well and has some really cool stuff. So look it up. Okay, so Saskia's in the background and she is going to feed you guys questions. I'm going to drop off now, but I'm here if needed. Are you there, Saskia?
Hi, everybody. I'm here.
Hello. Okay, over to you.
All right. So our first question, I think, is for Julian. So what are some of the common questions or themes that arise when an adolescent and their family commence the transition from pediatric to adult care?
Thanks, Saskia. So I guess I should probably preface my answer to your question in saying that transition occurs over a number of years, and it can, ideally it starts sort of 12 to 13. It's a bit variable depending upon a young person's sort of developmental stage, and it can go on or should go on for a number of years up until transition to the adult service. So exactly what transition looks like depends a little bit on the age and the where a young person is up to. And the sort of themes or questions that come up, therefore, are dependent upon age, and also dependent upon who in the sort of triad of the encounter is asking the question. So there's sort of different questions asked by the young by the parents of that young person, and also by the clinician. I should also preface my answer by saying that the vast majority of teenagers with a Fontan circulation are well, they feel well, and so the goals of sort of transition, as I see it, is sort of sharing information with the young person, empowering them to take more control of their own health, and also sort of familiarizing them with the aspects of health promotion. So it's the goal is to maintain good health. So in terms of what questions come up, parents, the main question that parents ask me when I see them first is, how long can my child remain a patient of the Children's Hospital? That's a common one. And then the second question they often ask is, well, who is going to be looking after my child when they leave the Children's Hospital? And that's probably the most important thing to answer. It needs to be a specialist or a specialist team looking after adults with congenital heart disease. So there are many good cardiologists, but very few who see the highly specialized and complex congenital heart defects, and really the important aspect of one important aspect of transition is ending up seeing the right people. So that's very important. In each state, and also in New Zealand, there are centres with specialists seeing patients with with congenital heart disease. As a clinician, the questions that come up for me is, for a young person, is how much do they know about their heart and their circulation, and filling in any gaps. And that's a process that takes a number of years. For me, it's, as I said, largely about health promotion, and probably the single biggest thing we know that maintains good health in congenital heart disease is being physically active, good diet, maintaining a healthy weight, making sure that people know that they need to take antibiotic just before invasive procedures like dental procedures. And then the surveillance aspects about some tests that are kind of just to ensure good health, like exercise tests, periodic MRI scans of the heart, liver tests, just to kind of familiarize the young person as to all these aspects, which are kind of, they should see as routine aspects of maintaining good health. The young person at the beginning, really, the main questions they ask me are around, physical activity and sport. Young guys tend to ask me, can they lift weights, and what's a reasonable weight they can go for at the gym. But basically, there's a lot of questions about physical activity, about study, and about work. That comes in a bit later. And then things that come in later as well, themes that come in later about, why this happened in terms of the congenital heart defect, and what's my chances of someone else having it in my family, or in my future children. So these are some aspects that come up. But bottom line is it's a relatively long process. It needs to be, different things come up at different times. And the goal is to really maintain good health and empower young people to take control of their own health.
Thank you so much, Julian. That was a fantastic answer, and I'm sure the Fontan community really appreciated all of the information and light you could shed on that topic. Our next question is directed towards David, and just wondering whether you would be able to describe what an individual's first visit may look like at an adult hospital. So what would you say some of the key differences are between perhaps a pediatric review and an adult review, and whether you would have any tips for an adolescent moving into adult care for the first time?
Yeah, thank you, Saskia, and morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. So, I mean, at risk of stating the obvious, everything's going to be new, isn't it? I think it can be a bit nerve-wracking at times coming to the adult clinic for the first time. Everything's new, from the location to the waiting room, the administrative staff, the nursing, and of course your new doctor. But I think things to expect. Fortunately, most of these clinics, you'll have similar people of your age, because it will be a congenital or a Fontan clinic. But the waiting room will be different. It may not be as fun as you're used to, and it'll be a bit more boring. You may, if there's a clinic nearby that's not congenital, you may see actually you're sitting in the same waiting room as people much older than you. But generally, it'll be very similar to what you were experiencing with your pediatric care. We expect the vast majority of young persons to come to their transition visit with family or support people. So you'll have them there with you. My advice is to get there early, so you're not lost and you're not worried about time because you have other things on your mind. So you get there early. For most clinics, there'll be some boring paperwork to fill out while you're waiting. Depending on which centre you're at, many of those first visits, you'll probably be asked to have some tests before you come and see me or the other congenital heart doctor you're seeing. So whether you go and have your echocardiogram with a sonographer or an ECG with a technician while you're waiting. but eventually you'll come in and we'll call you into the room with us. Now, one of the first and very common questions when I call to see the transitioning young person is, oh, can I bring my family in? Well, of course, my answer to that always is, it's completely up to you. So if you want to bring one person in, if you want to bring the whole family, then that's up to you. And as Julian outlined, this is a process of transitioning, and so that on the first visit you may want everyone there, and then as we get to know each other and move along, you may just want one person there, and eventually you may feel very comfortable coming in on your own. And so that first visit generally takes about half an hour or so. I like to take my time. I think it's really important because this is going to be a really, we want to foster a relationship because we want a long and a lifelong relationship where you feel comfortable with your new care provider. So it's, we sit down, you'll notice one of the key differences is that there's definitely a shift of focus from the doctor maybe asking the you questions rather than the parents. And every patient's different, and you may be comfortable answering those on your own, or you may be a bit shyer at first, and of course the parents and support helpers are more than welcome to chip in when needed. But we do, it's one difference you'll notice is that it's that first visit especially, I like to not focus just on the medical issues. You may it's more of a getting to know you session. So I'll be asking a lot of questions just about your schooling, about your study, about what are your hobbies, your interests, just trying to break down some of those walls and get to know you a bit better. You're going to be asking questions that are important to adolescents at that age. So I'm going to be maybe even ask you about, your friends and maybe some of your special friends and partners, or if you're a bit older, talk about family planning in the future. But again, so that differs depending on how mature and independent the patient is. And so I think one of the tips, or if you're talking about tips to be coming into that first visit, well, I think the most important one is to be prepared. So know where you're going. If you don't have a package with you from your pediatric care provider, and please make sure you have one. So, Elle in the previous talk mentioned those great apps. So whether you bring in some paperwork in your hand, or if you have those apps telling us with your past medical history, your medication list. So that's really important to bring along with you. I think if you have questions, or if your parents have questions, then I think maybe it's important to write them down so that you don't forget them at the time. So be prepared is a really big tip. And the other tip is, I think, just to be assertive. So yes, you may be asked more questions than you're used to. So please have a go at answering them if you feel comfortable, but at the same time, feel empowered to ask questions as well.
No, thank you so much, David. That was so insightful, and I think it gives a really good snapshot for what transitioning Fontan patients can really expect when they're moving into adult care. And you've actually ended it so nicely because it ties so great into the next question for Evelyn, which is, what can a Fontan teen best do to prepare for their transfer to adult care?
Thanks so much, Saskia. And Julian and David presented some really great tips, as did Elle, on preparing for transition to adult care. In addition to that, I think I've got three probably key tips for young people moving into the adult system. And David intimated that you are your own best advocate. So know about your Fontan care so that you can make the best decisions about your care moving forwards. Practically though, knowing how to contact your new healthcare team, knowing who to contact, having their details in your phone, knowing how best to communicate with them, either by phone or email, and having those details at hand before you transfer. Having copies of your referrals with you, past history, as David mentioned, and at the Children's Hospital in Melbourne, you do have access to the Royal Children's Hospital portal, which then provides you continued access into the Royal Melbourne system. So there are systems available often to help you know about your care and have information at hand. So, and also understanding how you make decisions. Do you need support to be able to make the best decisions? It's assumed that many of you will have had support from your parents or a trusted family member or guardian to help you make decisions and manage aspects of your care. And it's up to you. When you do turn 18 and when you become an adult, it's entirely up to you as to how best to guide your new healthcare team about the supports you need. And providing consent around that is really important, because adult services legally will need to provide information to you as the patient. So that's the biggest change really in moving to an adult service. And understanding that no question is a silly question. So you have the right to make decisions about your healthcare, and absolutely bring a support person with you. David mentioned before that adult services are very open to you bringing a support person, and it's probably a great idea to bring someone that you trust, that you feel comfortable with, and who has been helping you with your healthcare. Often that helps to make you feel a little bit more comfortable, ease any anxieties that might be there in presenting to a new place, to a new doctor. And it's absolutely okay too to ask to meet with someone from your adult team before you transfer. In Melbourne, we often provide introductions to the cardiac nurse, congenital cardiac nurse at the Royal Melbourne, before patients transition into the Royal Melbourne system. Often that helps to provide a point of connection, put a face to a name, and understand who you're talking to. So that's really helpful too. Also understanding that, as Elle mentioned before, it does take a village to manage your healthcare. And in addition to your new cardiologist, it could be your cardiac nurse, it will be your GP, it could be a trusted someone in your life. And so make sure you do have a GP, because many patients tend to fare a little bit better when they transition to adult care. Having someone they trust, who knows about their cardiac journey and their cardiac care needs, and having someone that you know how to contact outside of the hospital system, like your GP, is really, really important. And keeping well. So Elle and others, and Dominica mentioned previously too, the importance of mental health. Keeping well so that you can manage your health well, your physical health. So that's really important, knowing how to get supports and knowing that you can ask for help. If you live a long way from the hospital, making sure your local hospital has copies of your information. And if there is a need for you to present to the local hospital system, can a shared care system be set up with your local hospital, particularly if you live some way from your main cardiac care centre? So understand who locally knows about your cardiac care. Do you have an emergency medical plan set up there? Do they know how to best manage you? And can they get in touch with your cardiologist if needed? So all that information, getting the communication system set up, making sure that everyone knows about you is really, really important. And lastly, transition, whilst it might be scary, seeing someone new and getting to know a completely new healthcare system, it can really be an opportunity. So if we see transition as an opportunity for you to feel empowered, for you to take charge of your care, that's a really positive thing. Thank you.
No, thank you so much, Evelyn. Your answers were just fantastic, and we've just had such a great pleasure listening to our three health professionals give such detailed and thoughtful answers to some really pressing questions for our community. But now we have Tom. And Tom, we wanted to just ask I've got a few questions for you, but as a young person that has prepared for transition, how did you feel about it? What aspects of transition worried you the most? And what are the big differences that you noticed from a patient's perspective?
Thank you, Althea. Well, as a young person, I felt very nervous going into it. My parents were very helpful with everything. they'd take me to all my appointments, they'd get me all my medication. Like I was almost leaning on them as a rock throughout my early teenage life, and obviously as a child, and becoming a young adult, I had to see that everything I do, I'd become a bit more independent. And it's also a bit scary because I started to see like appointments, I'd have to be on top of them because you don't want them to cluster up and get in your way. And if it all clusters up and becomes too much, like you guys spoke about before, it can become a bit like a mental problem, and you don't want that piling up on other things such as work and just normal life as it is on top of the health issues you already have. But I also saw it as a good opportunity, going from being a kid, just going with my parents all the time, to being an adult, still going with my parents, but feeling a bit more independent. You know, you take that step in life into independency, and you kind of just realize that, like, I guess it's a time to be independent. And with Fontan surgery and having a Fontan heart condition, it's something that you're going to have to do in your life. You're going to have to know when to go and get your blood tests, your liver ultrasounds, your echocardiograms, all type of things like that. But also my doctors made it quite easy because they really helped with the transition quite well. Like, they didn't just throw me in the deep end and say, yeah, you're going here. They gave me quite a few options, told me who I'd be best suited with. And then from that, I was able to meet Rachael Cordina, which was very good. And, you know, right off the bat, you know, like David said, we started talking about what hobbies I have, what likes I have. And from that, it wasn't as nerve-wracking as just going to a new doctor and straight away them asking you how you feel about your heart or something like that. And then you're back on that snowball effect of, oh, like, I have a health condition, like this and that. You feel a bit more comfortable with your doctor. But then to the second question of what aspect worried me the most, it was just back to that staying on top of prescriptions and everything. There were just moments when you feel like you're always at the GP, or because I'm also asplenic, if I get like a cold or any sort of symptom, like there was one time I got influenza A, I had to stay on top of it and quickly get to it and get my antibiotics and stuff like that. Especially now transitioning from pediatric into adult care, I think that was one of the main aspects that worried me, was staying on top of that. And also what did worry me was the change of doctors. And I was just so secure and familiar with my previous doctor. Like, I'd been there since I was born till I was 18. We'd known each other. We were very familiar. If I was ever sick, I could call him. But all those thoughts kind of washed away once he transitioned me to Rachael. And the introduction was very nice and it was all well. And the big differences I noticed were definitely change of hospital. When I used to go to the kids hospital, I forget which one it is, the Royal Kids Hospital, it's always so far from my house, but whenever I'd get there, it was just familiar. Like, I'd been there my whole life. Like, I remember like all the little gaming machines I'd go on as a kid, and like the operation rooms. And then as soon as you kind of transition to hospitals, you didn't feel like a familiar face anymore, which isn't a bad thing. It almost feels like a good thing. Like, oh, okay, like I haven't been to the hospital as much, but it felt a bit weird because they had all my information, and then it just took a while to get all my information there and get it known. But once all that was sorted, then it was all right. Other than that, the other changes were just my changes in medication. So as an adult, once I ran through my tests that I had to do, I had to change some of my medication and then stay on top of that. And sometimes seeing so many different doctors and GPs throughout that transition, it was hard to remember what medication I knew exactly what I was on, but like the dosages would seem to change, and then if I was sick, what I was on and what tests I'd have to get. But the doctors are always going to be there for you, and it's always good. You can always email them whenever you need, and they're always going to be around and let you know. And in the transitional phase, your previous doctor is never just going to leave you in the mud. They're always going to help you out when you move into adult care and do what's best for you as the patient. So yeah, I feel like that's what I could say about that.
Thank you, Tom. That was fantastic to hear your experience, and I'll give you the $200 later for saying that I was very good. Hey, do you have any tips for teenagers that are about to transition or looking at transitioning over the next couple of years?
I think just take it with like open arms almost. There's nothing negative about it. It's something that's gonna have to happen. So why not go in it with the best light you can? Of course, it's going to be a bit hard when you're so familiar with a situation, but life is about change. So it's going to be something you have to do. So just go into it with the best mindset. And if you go into it with the best mindset, the best outcome will come out of it. I'd say another tip I'd give is just always stay on top of everything. Obviously, Fontan surgery is pretty serious. So just make sure you're on top of everything. Like the doctor said, on top of your fitness, on top of what you eat. But also this is my major tip, don't let it stop you from doing what you want to do. If you want to go do activities, go snowboard, go do anything, just go have fun, but also stay on top of your health and it'll all balance out.
So focusing on all the cool stuff that you can do, not focusing on the small number of things that maybe would be a bit more challenging.
Yeah, like don't let it limit yourself, because there's no reason to look back in 40 years and be like, oh, I didn't do that because of this small thing.
Yes. Oh, that's such fantastic advice. All right. And now a question we've got 4 minutes. So I thought I'd ask each of you if you had advice for parents. I sometimes feel like the parents, when I first meet the people that transition, are more scared than the actual patient is. So I know I'm putting each of you on the spot. This wasn't a pre-prepared question, but so I might start with Julian. If you had advice for parents, Julian, of, how can they be ready for transition, or what's going to help them, what would you say?
Well, it's probably just to do everything that they've done up to the point that up to that point, which is to be loving, supportive, caring for the health of their child, but recognize that children and teenagers, all children and teenagers go through developmental changes, and to embrace that and to encourage their young person to learn more about their health condition and take more control. Gradually release the reins, so to speak.
Dave?
Yeah, I'd echo the same sentiment that the process isn't about transitioning the parents out of the room, or it's about transitioning, maybe to a different role, but still a very important support role. Yes, it's difficult, I think, for some parents, and that's very natural. But part of the role of being a parent is allowing your child to grow and to become more independent and leave the nest at some point. But still a very important part of the process.
Beautifully said. Evelyn?
I think we often talk to young people about this process, and we describe it as negotiating your independence. And I think for parents, perhaps ask your young person what they would like. What supports do they need to be more independent? What supports do they need to make decisions? And how can you support them?
Yeah. And Tom, what do you reckon? What do you think? How do you think we could support parents better, and what helped your parents?
I think helping your kid become less independent. I mean, more independent.
Yeah.
Because like the worst thing you'd want to hear is they have a test like an MRI and they're like, oh, why do I have this MRI?
Yeah.
Like, you want them to know what's going on. Just with my parents, I didn't want to just seem like they were my boulder too much. Like, it's good to have them there, but it's also this is something you want to focus on and know all about yourself as a child and a young adult. You want to know what's going on with your body.
Yeah. Fantastic advice. Well, thank you so much, all of you. We might head off for a little break and be back soon, but thank you very much to all of you for your time today, especially you, Tom.
Thank you. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. For the detectives in the audience, yes, it's our 11th year, but for some reason we keep having 10th on everything, which we're adjusting at the moment. We now have a pre-recorded talk by Dr. William Campbell, who is a vascular surgeon based in Melbourne, about chronic venous disease, focusing on lower leg vein issues. Now, I want to preface this by saying that this is an issue for quite a small number of predominantly adults living with a Fontan circulation. So this does not apply to everybody, and I want to be very clear and not raise alarm. You might want to tune out for this talk if it's not relevant to you, or if you think it might make you worry about things. But we do think it's important to raise awareness about this because it's a very important issue for some people. And I also think it's very important in the early stages that it's identified and managed early on before things progress, because there are some effective therapies. And it's also a topic that we're probably going to do a little bit of research about in the coming years. So keep your ears and eyes open. Now it's pre-recorded. I think we're good to go, Saskia. Okay,
I think we're all good to go. Just give a shout if audio isn't working, but should be fine.
Okay, well I'll drop off, but I'll come back in if we've got a technological issue.
Yeah, all good.
Hello, I'm William Campbell. Most people call me Bill. I'm a vascular and endovascular surgeon, and I've had the pleasure of meeting some people such as John Mackley, who have Fontan circulation and have had some of the complications associated with this circulation, and so he's invited me to discuss some of the issues in regard to that, particularly focusing on prevention and management of some of the vascular issues. So I've been guided by some of the questions that have been proposed by the panel and also by people who have sent in questions. And the first one was, what is vascular disease and what are the early signs and symptoms? So I thought I'd tell you what vascular and endovascular surgeons do, and they usually treat arteries and veins. And in the arterial system, that's related to blockages and blowouts, with the blockages being either narrowings or complete blockages that are interfering with blood supply to certain territories. And the blowouts are aneurysms, which are like ballooning of arteries, and these can either cause rupture or line with clot and cause clot to go off into different territories as well. And so vascular and endovascular surgeons treat every territory except for the heart and brain. So we treat blockages and narrowings in the neck arteries to stop strokes, and then aneurysms in the chest and the belly and the legs, and also blockages in the arteries to all the organs of the body, and also into the legs as well. So the other thing we treat is veins, and treatment of veins is usually related to valve failure and an increased venous pressure in the territory that we're seeing and treating. These increase in pressures cause varicose veins and can lead on to areas of ulceration and leg swelling, and even occasionally in other territories such as in the pelvis with pelvic congestion syndrome. With the Fontan circulation, there is always a high central venous pressure, and I have to say that many vascular surgeons wouldn't know that much about Fontan circulation, so this has been an educational opportunity for me as well to understand what goes on with creating this sort of circulation to overcome some congenital heart issues. So what is the prevalence and link for venous disease to having a Fontan circulation, and how likely is it to occur and when? The first thing to say is that the Fontan circulation has part of it a high central venous pressure, which means that there's going to be pressure always from the time of the Fontan circulation being established and so the body will be exposed to that high venous pressure over the period of life. The outcome of that high venous pressure is going to be unpredictable from person to person, and so you will find that there will be some people who will have more changes associated with their high central venous pressure, and others that will have not much to see at all. The longer the circulation is exposed to high venous pressures, the more likely there are going to be some complications associated with this high venous pressure. So the next question was, why do some people experience these symptoms? Puffy or aching legs, reddish brown splotches appearing on the feet and shins, veins on the feet and legs becoming more noticeable. Well, all of this is related to high venous pressure. So the puffy or aching legs. With circulation to the legs, there are two systems. One is the arteries, which takes the oxygenated blood to the legs, and then the veins that take the blood out of the legs back to the heart. There is another system that assists with removing fluid, and that's the lymphatic system, and these lymphatics are very, very small and related to the veins, and so they function also in a pulsatile way, driven by the movement through the veins and also the external muscular compression. One of the things about the venous system is that it also has a sort of heart, and the heart in the venous system is the calf muscle in the leg. So this is a very important pump for pumping back blood to the heart. If there is too much back pressure from the venous system more centrally, meaning from the heart back down towards the legs, then it's difficult to get all the blood being pushed out in an easy fashion back into the heart, and so there tends to be some pooling of blood, and with that pooling of blood becomes fluid. The lymphatics then become overworked, and so that means that the fluid tends to escape into the tissues, and this is what causes the puffiness. The aching is likely to be related to the increase in tension in the tissues, because we know that if you get an increase in pressure or tension in anything in the body, that will cause pain. The areas that are going to take most of the injury from this high venous pressure are going to be related to the feet and lower legs, because they are the furthest area from the heart, and when you're standing, that column of blood is going to be a long column of high pressure blood going all the way down to the lower part of the legs. The brown splotches then are because there's such high pressure that some of the red blood cells leach out into the tissues, and some cells then come along and gobble up those areas, and there's a lot of iron within the hemoglobin, and so these cells then keep that hemoglobin and pigment within the tissues on a relatively permanent basis, particularly if there is ongoing high venous pressure. So the next question was what to expect with venous disease and what can we do to prevent or delay the impacts. So I thought that I'd talk to you about the indications for treatment of any patient who presents with venous disease, and these range from cosmesis to symptoms of aching, burning, itching, stinging, and then some complications related to chronic venous high blood pressure, being swelling, venous eczema, which is the red sort of rash you can get on the lower legs, bleeding, particularly from fine veins in the skin that are prominent because of the high venous pressure coming from the depths through to the skin surface, and there are some reports of patients having very significant bleeding that can be quite dangerous. Another issue is lipodermatosclerosis, which is a long word, but it just means lipo fat, dermato skin, sclerosis scarring. And so there's a repeated inflammatory change and healing that takes place in patients who have long-standing high venous pressure in their legs. And the extremes of this will show up as almost an inverted champagne bottle, where the lower leg is very scarred and the upper calf is still soft. Finally, areas of ulceration are also major complications of venous incompetence. Now, to prevent or delay the impacts of this, one of the things that can be done is to wear graduated compression stockings. For people with significant venous disease, I usually prescribe them a class 2 graduated compression stocking, and it's important to understand the differences between one stocking and another. For example, in the range of stockings that people use, some will prescribe tube-like stockings called Tubigrip, which has a pressure of about 8 millimeters of mercury throughout. But the problem with using a tube is that the leg is like an inverted cone, with narrow areas at the ankle and then larger areas at the calf. And if you place a tube on that, then the higher pressure is going to be at the level of the knee, and the lower pressure is going to be at the ankle, which means that the pressure gradient is going the wrong way and driving fluid downwards and not upwards. Similarly, the white TED stockings that people sometimes use for antithromboembolism have a pressure gradient of about 14 millimeters of mercury, and so they're a bit stronger than the tube, but once again they're a uniform pressure, and so the same applies as does the Tubigrip. With graduated surgical compressions, these are designed so that the highest pressure is at the ankle and the lowest pressure is below the level of the knee, and this means that the gradient is pushing fluid from the lowermost part of the foot and ankle upwards in the direction that we want it to. With these stockings, the calf muscle becomes an important pump, as I've mentioned, and there is almost a double pumping system where when you walk, you get the calf causing a pump pressure to pump the blood out of the leg, and then the elastic graduated compression stocking has a rebound type of function to keep the blood moving in the correct fashion, and that is upwards towards the heart. So graduated compression stockings are very important in people who have all the issues in regard to complications associated with varicose veins or high venous pressure. So what are the recommendations for compression stockings with peripheral edema? Well, in most people, when they have edema, they can wear their stockings from first thing in the morning to last thing at night, if that's possible. You only really need to wear them to the below knee level, because it is this territory that takes the brunt of high chronic venous pressure. Everyone who wears stockings will notice that there's usually a crease at the top of the stocking, and this is because the fluid that is accumulating in the leg, or has accumulated, is now pushed out of the leg, and of course wherever the stocking finishes, that's where you're going to get a bit of muffin topping, and you're going to get a crease in the skin, and this scares people sometimes, and they think that they're cutting off the circulation to their leg. This certainly isn't true, as when you look at the pressure in a class 2 graduated compression stocking being 20 millimeters of mercury at the level of the upper part of the stocking, and you're looking at the inflow blood pressure, which is at least say 100, then there's no way that that 20 millimeters of mercury pressure can interfere with the arterial circulation. But you're always going to get the muffin topping by pushing fluid out of the leg, and so it's something I try to explain to people and make sure they're not concerned about it. Now at night, because you're lying flat, there's usually not a lot of pressure in the veins in the leg in particular, and so they don't have to be necessarily worn at night, but just from first thing in the morning to last thing at night. In some patients who have particularly bad peripheral edema in the limbs, then I recommend that they change their bathing habits to shower or bathe at night and take their stockings off and then go to bed, and the first thing they do when they wake up in the morning is to grab their stockings and put them on before their feet hit the floor. Even if they do this for a period of weeks, when they get their edema being troublesome, then it's a good way of getting things under control again. So this is a good question. Is it recommended best practice to wear compression stockings as a prevention even if there are no symptoms of edema? Well, what we know is that from patients who have had deep venous clot before and there's been some interference with their venous function, and now they have deep venous incontinence, which means that their blood flow is going the wrong way down into the lower leg, and we can't really do anything about that because we don't have any tools to improve that circulation. We know then that the way that they can protect themselves from that chronic venous pressure in the future is by wearing graduated compression stockings. So this is even if they don't have any swelling and we know that they've got deep venous incontinence, that's the recommendation. So I think that the earlier that people who have chronic venous high blood pressure apply graduated compression stockings to the legs, the better off their legs will be in the long run. But it is a tedious thing and it is difficult, particularly during summer months, to be doing that. But one of the things during the summer in particular is that if you get into a deep pool, then the degree of pressure that's at the ankle in a 4-foot deep pool is about 70 millimeters of mercury, so more than double what you would get wearing your stockings. So doing exercise in a deep pool is very good for controlling any potential for edema and for the issues that come with that.
We've just frozen there, Saskia. Can you just try pressing pause and play again?
There we go. There we go.
Potential for edema and for the issues that come with that.
And just try clicking. What happens there? Perfect.
Specialists who are involved in treating venous disease include vascular surgeons. There are also a group of physicians who have trained as vascular physicians, but are often cardiologists as well. Some cardiologists are involved in the treatment of venous disease, and there is a group of doctors called phlebologists who range from anywhere from interventional radiologists to dermatologists and to doctors who just perform some of the interventions associated with varicose veins. So the common treatments. Well, there are a number of common treatments of varicose veins, and these include thermal ablation, which is basically using heat to seal varicose veins. This is done in a number of ways. It can be done using laser, and it can be done using radiofrequency ablation, and these are just ways of creating heat inside the vein to seal them. The next is ultrasound guided sclerotherapy. So sclerotherapy is basically injecting a sclerosant, which is like a foam, to create an inflammatory reaction in the vein wall to seal that vein and stop the blood flowing in the wrong direction. Then microsclerotherapy is used in cosmetic settings where you use low concentrations of solution with multiple injections around venous flares. The next is Cutera XLV Plus cutaneous laser, which is a laser system that is mainly used for treating the fine red veins, because in every system you'll have the blue veins and the red veins, and the red veins are the hardest to get rid of, with the blue veins usually being cleared relatively easily with those other techniques that I've mentioned. Surgery is really something I don't do anymore, and I did a lot of it in the early days, but since 2007 I've taken up the minimally invasive techniques, and it's a very good system. The last, I suppose, to mention is glue, which has come on the market, and this is putting some compatible glues type of substances into the veins to seal them, but I don't really like that technique because it leaves behind something that can cause a foreign body reaction, so I don't use it. There are public and private options for venous disease treatment. The access is one of the big issues in regard to public system, and I know that there are some places in Melbourne, for example, where the public hospital provides a service for thermal ablation but with radio frequency. I use lasers, but they both are quite effective, and I'm not sure whether they do any of the sclerotherapy style of treatments either. So you can get more information and contact me, if you like, with any of your concerns online at melbournevascular.com.au. There's a bit to read there if you want to know a bit more about venous disease and how it's treated. And we also have a contact from melbournevascular.outlook.com. So thank you very much for the invitation to give you some insights into what vascular surgeons do. And if there are any questions, please send them to me. I'll be happy to reply. I hope you have a nice day.
We'll send a thank you email to William because he's not online with us today. I've just realised that I haven't introduced myself. So to those of you who don't know who I am and are wondering who the crazy awkward host is, that's me, Rachael Cordina. I'm an adult cardiologist from Sydney, and I chair the Fontan Registry. So I'd like to introduce now my close colleague, Dr. Leesa Adlard, who is a psychologist and a really key member of our Fontan team who comes to our Fontan clinics in Sydney, Australia. And she's going to be speaking to you on two important things: psychological well-being and also fatigue, which was a special request by some of our Fontan community. They wanted to hear a little bit more about fatigue and fatigue management. Thank you for joining us today, Leesa.
Thank you, Rachel.
Oh, fabulous. You're unmuted. I'll stay online till you share your slides so I can tell you whether it's all. It's coming up.
Okay, it's coming up. Is it showing there?
Yes.
Am I all good to go? All right.
Your slideshow. Yes, perfect. All right. See you soon.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy to be joining your Education Day today. And thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be able to talk. As Rachel said, I'm a clinical psychologist and I work in the adult cardiology team at RPA Hospital. I work with a lot of people who have complex congenital heart diseases who are living with a Fontan Circulation. I've been asked today to talk about some tips and strategies around psychological well-being and also around managing fatigue. And I feel like psychological well-being is such an important topic, and so many of the presenters today have all shared about that alongside the physical journey, us acknowledging what does the mental or the psychological journey look like. So as I say, it's a really big topic and I've got 25 minutes, so I'm going to do my best today to share as much as possible. Similar to what was said earlier, I also just want to acknowledge and ask everyone to just look after themselves today, that as you're listening to the talks and even as you may be listening to my talk, if there's anything that feels unsettling or anything you're feeling concerned about afterwards, please remember it's about you and it's about feeling empowered and being able to reach out. Okay, I'm going to cover a few things today, and I'm going to start off by focusing a little bit on context and focusing a bit on the research around mental health outcomes. And then I'm going to shift a bit to the psychological well-being and the importance of it, signs and symptoms of when to reach out for help, and overall just hopefully covering fatigue and all these things together. Okay, so what I'd like to start off and just acknowledge before I jump into the journey and context is that in the past, there's been inadequate focus and understanding of the psychological aspects of people living with complex congenital heart disease or people living with the Fontan journey. But what I think is really wonderful to see is how this is continually shifting. And even joining your day today and listening to all the presentations, acknowledging all the research, everything that's been done at the moment, we can see how psychological care is being noted in research, in support, in awareness, and also even today, just in people sharing their lived experience. That's a huge part of advocating psychological care. I think that living with the Fontan circulation involves an emotional health journey alongside a physical health one. As you can see, I've got a picture next to it there of a winding road, which I often wonder, is that what it sometimes feels like, that a road that's got many different turns, many different curves as you navigate. As psychologists, we always take context into consideration. So before starting off and talking about terms like depression or anxiety or trauma or things that are very real, it often helps to stop and think, what's the context? What's happening? And how does this maybe make sense? But also acknowledging what are sometimes very human emotions. So in order to understand the context, I want us to look at the little bit of the landscape of development and what the journey possibly has looked like from a psychological perspective. So if we think about it, often people who experience complex congenital heart disease, it starts in the antenatal period or very early in life or childhood. And as it's ongoing and sometimes quite complex, I think it's really important that we acknowledge that psychological care and sometimes even psychological needs may be a little bit different to that of people who may experience a cardiac event later in their life in adulthood. So I work across cardiology and acknowledge that every cardiac condition is really important, but I also think it's really useful sometimes to just stop and go, what makes sense and where are maybe there more needs in certain areas, or how can we do things differently, or how can we maybe do things a little bit better? Okay, so I'd like to acknowledge on the left, here's my little diagram of human development, if I can call it that, where if we think of it, as humans, we're always navigating through different stages of life. So from being an infant to being a toddler to early and late childhood, adolescence, and eventually into adulthood. And as we go through each of those stages in life, we know that there's very normal changes, but as we go through the stages, we also know that there's very good and sometimes exciting opportunities that come across. But what I want to acknowledge in this context today is thinking of it a little bit, that as humans, as people with congenital heart disease or people who are living with the Fontan circulation, as you have all possibly navigated through very natural development, where it's things around peers, around relationships, around identity, around studies and school and work, there's often, my side on the right-hand side here, where there's a parallel physical journey that has been taking place and sometimes impacts each of these stages in different ways. So it's almost, I hear common themes of people saying, as I was going through different parts of childhood, or as I was growing up, or as I was in my adolescence or my teens, I sometimes had moments where my health journey had an impact. And here I think it's really important for us to just take a moment and notice that, we just acknowledge that there may have been multiple procedures, sometimes surgery, especially in earlier life. There may have been extended hospital stays. There's always ongoing medical appointments and follow-ups. Sometimes there's different lifestyle changes and modifications that are being suggested. For some people, it's navigating the post-surgery scars. Also acknowledging that often in health, there can be sometimes some very traumatic medical experiences by procedures or being in hospital, surgeries, acknowledging that there's the transition, which has been shared in the panel earlier and come across quite a lot today so far, that we acknowledge that there's the transition from pediatric to adult care, and us acknowledging what emotionally that can look like. And even in just saying that, I think, Tom, in your lived experience talk, you shared it so beautifully, where you shared about embracing it rather than seeing it as something quite overwhelming. And that's a really nice way to look at it, or sometimes maybe a helpful way to go, can we hold both? That there can be the difficult and the stressful part, but can there also be the embracing part? And then also just acknowledging that right across development and right across life, there can be, within the medical, a lot of themes of uncertainty. So I think in terms of context, us just taking a moment and understanding that it's like two parallel journeys. It's like that windy road where there's a very normal one or usual one, but there can also always be that ongoing physical health journey that's running very much parallel and that we can't separate. As I work in the adult service, I always can't help myself but listen to how people share about their journey and how it started and different things that may have impacted them, and things like taking time off school, things like feeling different to peers at times, understandably feeling worried, or having traumatic experiences, or feeling vulnerable or emotional or even out of control. And I always think it's so important as we work with adults, sometimes just taking a moment to acknowledge, how does all of that make sense and impact quality of life, or even just where the person is now and how they're engaging in their healthcare. As I acknowledge this, I would also like to take a moment to just think about the parents and caregivers, and sometimes what their journey may have looked like, and that how different parts and stages may have felt for them. So I hope you can see that as I'm starting my presentation today, that we cannot separate physical and emotional health, but we more need to be seeing it as something of how do we make sure that they're running parallel, and how do they almost hold hands. Okay. I'd like to take a moment to just acknowledge and look at some of the research that's been done so far on mental health outcomes in people living with congenital heart disease. So we can see quite strongly that many studies show that there's high rates of depression, anxiety, and trauma in people living with congenital heart disease. There can also be a higher prevalence of neurocognitive concerns, so that can be ADHD or autism spectrum disorders. Research also shows us that it's very common for parents and caregivers to experience some anxiety, depression, or PTSD themselves. And looking a little bit closer to home, across Australia and New Zealand in the Fontan Registry study, we can see how that highlighted very nicely that right across the lifespan, that both depression and anxiety is very common and understandable in people living with a Fontan circulation. But what we also know is that there can be a lack of adequate and timely psychological support. So our takeaway from the mental health outcomes and the studies that have been done is, on one hand, acknowledging that people with congenital heart conditions or people living with a Fontan circulation may be at higher risk for developing emotional difficulties or having mental health struggles. But it also gives us a really great opportunity to look at it in two ways, where on the one hand, we can say what can be done in terms of care when people are struggling. But where we're going to go to today a little bit is looking overall and going, what are some psychological wellness strategies that we could actually be bringing in and thinking of doing that foster psychological well-being and that can foster people to live resilient and very full lives from an emotional experience as they go through their physical health journeys, which are ongoing. Okay, so one of my favorite topics is always a little bit about psychological well-being. And like I've said a few times already, just as we look after our physical health, we also need to always be taking care of our emotional health. We don't need to be waiting for it to be in a really difficult space. It's something we need to be proactive and something that we can be doing. And I've got the little image there of the car to get us thinking a little bit of almost comparing how do we look after our health compared to how do we look after our cars. And I'd like you to think a little bit about how you do look after your car. If you think of it, We put in fuel all the time. We never think we're going to get anywhere if we don't put in our petrol or fuel. We pump our tires. We often take it in for services when it needs to. We add things on. We wash our cars, and sometimes we even put things inside to make them look nice or smell nice. Or a lot of people will say, I add in some sound to make it more fun. Okay, so we also know that with our cars, when we need to, sometimes we take them in and things need to be done. That could be planned or unplanned, but that's part of keeping it running to its best efficiency. So if we start thinking about our emotional health or our psychological well-being in the same way, there are many strategies that we can be engaging in that keep us running well, that keep us looking after and keep filling our tanks, not only with fuel, but with all those extras as well. When we look at psychological well-being strategies, I'm going to go through some specific, and this is a little bit of a snapshot of some of the tips and strategies that can help. So I'll take a moment to go through each one in its own way, but this is kind of our tool bag of going, these are things that as people living with congenital heart disease, as you may be, kind of going, these are things that you can be doing on an ongoing basis. And I hope to point out a little bit of ways in which they can help. Okay, so the first one I always come to is one of the most important things in life is sometimes, especially around health, noticing when feeling low or worried or anxious, and actually taking a moment to identify some of the stresses and to stop and go, what's happening? So just as I'd said in that earlier slide, they can be stresses that could be around school or studies or work, family, finances, all those things that are happening at different times in our lives. But also stopping and looking and going, very common in people living with a Fontan circulation, they'll say things that sometimes the stresses are very regularly health related. So it can be about managing medical appointments, going to follow-ups, transitioning from the pediatric to the adult care teams. Very often I hear common themes about if there's any change in my health status, I notice feeling quite anxious or I notice feeling quite worried. And sometimes even worrying about the future or worrying about health. So one of our first tips is to always say, when noticing feeling anxious or worried or stressed, sometimes stopping and going, what am I actually maybe feeling overwhelmed or even a bit concerned about? Okay. The next one I want to jump to is the slide is about creating a daily routine. And we know that for adults and children, that having a daily routine and structure often creates a sense of stability. It helps create a sense of certainty and control. And very commonly, people living with a Fontan circulation will say things like, there have been many parts in my life where I feel like I haven't had much control, especially around the medical or especially around being in hospital. And a few people, Dominica said it earlier today, Dr. English mentioned it as well, Tom alluded to it as well, and I'm going to bring it in again, of acknowledging that, yes, there may be many things in the journey that feel like you may not have control around diagnosis or having to have follow-ups or possibly different things around medical care. But we can actually flip that a little bit and go, just alongside those things that we may not have as much control, looking and going, what are the things that we do have a bit of control over? And how can that actually help us to flourish and thrive in our lives? Okay, so it might sound really simple, the three things I've got on to start of eating well, sleeping well, and exercising, but it's not actually that simple. Okay, so when we think around eating well, and I know that later Melanie's got a talk on nutrition, so I'm not going to come from that angle, but I am going to come from the psychological part and say, when we're eating regularly and staying well hydrated, that helps in terms of regulating your mood. It helps with energy, and it also helps with concentration. The next really important one is around sleep. And if we think about it, sleep is really important for physical health as well as psychological health, as it's the body's time of restoration. And I'd like each of you to take a moment and to just think about it, that have you had days where you've had a couple of nights of really bad sleep, and just noticing how the next day you may feel a bit more low, you may feel more worried, sometimes more irritable or snappy, and also noticing feeling more tired and even how we don't concentrate. So overall, if we think of it, when we're not sleeping well, it impacts our coping and it impacts our functioning and our ability to cope with things as they're happening. So this is an area where we've got a bit of control of kind of going, what are things we can do that can really improve our sleep? We often talk about sleep hygiene strategies, which is just a really fancy way of saying, what are some strategies that can help around sleep? And I've just popped a few on the screen for us to all think about. One of them, again, comes back to that idea of routine and stability. So going to bed at a similar time and waking up at a similar time each day. Just being aware of the sleep environment. If you're battling to fall asleep or you're waking up in the night, are you in a place that's quiet and calm? Are you too hot? Are you too cold? And also something that's really important is thinking of our body and going, how do we create a bit of a wind down or a bit of relaxing before getting into bed, before trying to switch off? So sometimes doing things like having a warm bath or warm shower before bed, maybe listening to a relaxation app can be really useful. There's a whole lot of free ones online. Also sometimes reading, just listening to some soothing music. So anything that helps our body to feel like it's slowly able to wind down. And the last one, which I know a lot of people will say is a really hard one to do, is actually avoiding being on our phones before bed or on our devices. So avoiding screen time before bed. And there is some theory behind this in terms of saying very often when we have screen times, it's to do with the lighting and it's waking our brain up, it's activating. So I always think I'm not the phone police. If you enjoy being on your phone, sometimes actually just going, can you maybe set a bit of time before bed where you sit on social media or you watch your phone or you check your emails or you do those things you enjoy, and then slowly closer to the time of getting into bed, you maybe do something different where if you are using the phone, it's more around an app or listening to something or even an audible book or even reading. Okay. The next one that's really important, and I know that it's been brought up in so many talks today from the physical health perspective, is exercise. We can see that exercise in terms of living with a Fontan circulation is really good for physical health, as I'm sure it's going to be spoken about even more later by Rachel. But I want to bring it up from an emotional health perspective, where again, exercise is something that we know there's evidence behind it. It helps with low mood, it helps with anxiety, it helps with stress, and it helps with sleep. So again, we want to make sure sleeping well. Okay. One of the things around exercise is sometimes even just thinking, can I go for a gentle walk? Can I move my body every day? And part of therapy is often understanding when people aren't exercising as much as they need to, what sometimes gets in the way. And I think that's often a really useful place to start, is just thinking, what are the barriers? What gets in the way of me exercising? Is it not knowing where to start? Is it sometimes fear around my heart rate or sensations? Or is it sometimes not even ever having done it before? So identifying what gets in the way. But then on the flip side, actually going, if I'm going to be doing this, what can help me to exercise? And sometimes even walking with someone is a really great idea where it's social connection. And again, it's a bit of company. It's doing it together. Okay. The next thing I want to bring up is something that's really important, that acknowledging another strategy or tool is, as humans, we're not robots. We can't just be going through what do we have to do every day. But sometimes, and Tom brought this up nicely, bringing up things around what are things we enjoy doing, what are things that are fun or pleasant, and right across the lifespan and across health, acknowledging how do we every week deliberately bring in something that you enjoy doing. You can see it can range from something really passive, watching something, to playing something, to meeting with someone, but just every week deliberately going, how can I be doing something I enjoy? Another really important tip and strategy is about setting goals and having goals. So alongside the health journey, going, what are some goals or what's important to me? We often go having a sense of achievement or mastery. So thinking of an activity in a day and going, What can it do that's like a tick box? It helps me to feel like I'm getting there. Maybe around health, could be around work, could be around studies, or it could even be trying something new, where sometimes people will say, I want to try a new recipe, I want to cook, I want to bake, I want to try a new craft, business. So sometimes just thinking, can we be setting goals as well? Another really important strategy is to make sure that social connection is a big part of life as well. And very often a common theme is people will say that sometimes in childhood or sometimes in adolescence, they may have felt different from peers or sometimes a bit disconnected. And we know that social connection is something that really helps us with emotional health and psychological well-being. So again, deliberately finding time to spend with friends or family or community or neighbors. And I also just want to say, which has been brought up so much in the Fontan communities, meeting others with similar lived experiences. Commonly hear people say things like, they just got me, they understood it, I could be me. And just really encourage them to do that. So to be part of online groups, days, camps, or just finding your own way of going, how do I feel that sense of connection and that sense of very often lived experience? Another tip or strategy is about bringing in relaxation exercises. We know that when feeling anxious, when feeling overwhelmed, sometimes when feeling panicky, breathing exercises or mindfulness strategies can really help. There's a lot of different apps like the Headspace app or the Calm app, where some of them are paid for and some of them are free, where you learn strategies to go, how do I bring my body into the moment and how do I help my body to feel more calm or settled through breathing. Another important strategy is around journaling or writing things down. And Elle, you said it so beautifully earlier, adulting well and having ways of going, how can you have things with you? And when we think of journaling or writing things down, it can be in an old-fashioned notebook, which is still the go-to, but it can be on our phones, which a person has with them all times. And sometimes just writing things down, so sometimes making lists, making priorities in transitioning, or right across the lifespan, sometimes writing down questions for medical appointments. What am I wondering, what I need to tell my doctors or my team, what I want to ask. It's a way of feeling a bit empowered and taking some ownership. From an emotional perspective, also sometimes when feeling real or stressed or worried, having a chance to write it down almost takes it away from our brain and goes, can I put it on paper? What's happening? And I also think in another nice way, sometimes just having a way of noticing or noting what are progress, what are my goals, what have I started doing, where am I heading in a really good way. Right. The next one is a little bit about thinking and self-compassion. And when we think about it, our thoughts are often our body's engine room. So depending how we're thinking and what we're thinking, we're going to respond in different ways. And something that can really help as a bit of a psychological well-being tool is, again, when feeling overwhelmed or stressed or worried, stopping and saying to yourself, what am I saying to myself? What thoughts are going through my mind? Am I saying, what if something happens? Or am I saying, I should be going further? And a little bit of a nice tool is a bit of self-compassion in asking yourself, what would I say to a friend? So if a friend was talking to me in this moment, what would I say to them? Okay, this links a little bit with psychological well-being and the importance of self-care. And I often think of self-care as in the journey of congenital heart disease and living with the Fontan Circulation. It's about making room for very normal emotions that sometimes will show up. So when going to appointments or when going to hospitals or when needing tests, very normal emotions of feeling maybe a bit anxious or scared or frustrated or sad, they might show up. And often people will say, can we get rid of negative emotions? Can we take away the bad ones? There is no such thing as bad emotions. We come with the whole range, and it's sometimes looking more at the strength of the emotion. So again, when feeling it, sometimes going, I'm a human. I'm allowed to feel like this. It's normal. And then also sometimes bringing in some self-soothe strategies. So after going to appointments or during appointments, what are things you can do to help your body feel a bit more settled? And that can mean having a little walk afterwards, having a cup of tea, talking to someone, being in nature, playing with pets. So just sometimes acknowledging and going, what are some strategies that can bring me into the moment and just help my body to settle when I'm in situations where it's perfectly understandable to be feeling a bit anxious. Okay, I'm aware that I'm needing to move a little bit faster with time.
Leesa, don't worry, we've allowed extra time, so just take as long as you need. All good.
Okay, thank you. That's great. All right, so some people living with a Fontan circulation may experience fatigue. So I want to say it doesn't necessarily mean everybody does, but it's common that some people say that I notice physical or emotional fatigue. And you can probably see my picture on the right-hand side there is one of a battery. And I often think of it's almost like a mobile phone battery. And if we think about emotional and physical energy, similar to that of the battery life on our phone, each person's may feel a little bit different, and each person's baseline may be a little bit different. And I don't know about you, but I always think it's really interesting to watch sometimes how people charge their phone. Do they wait until it goes completely flat and then quickly shuffle around and say, I've got to charge it and plug it in? Or do people sometimes be proactive and go during the day when I notice I've got to go somewhere and my phone battery's starting to flatten? Can I plug it in and what can I do? So I'd like to bring that to a little bit around managing fatigue, where often people commonly may say, I wake up tired and should I be resting more? Should I be doing nothing? People commonly also say things like the all or nothing. I either do too much and then I'm exhausted the next day, or I've had a couple of days where I've done absolutely nothing. So knowing that's a little bit of what the experience can look like, I want to chat through a few strategies of some things that can hopefully help a little bit in managing fatigue. Right. One thing we often start with is just taking time to actually monitor activities and noticing which ones use more energy than other ones. So possibly things that are physical may use up more energy than things that are more passive. But sometimes even just color coding it with a little sticky pad and going, what takes lots of energy, what takes medium energy, and what takes a little bit energy. And with that, we often then say it's a lot around finding ways of pacing. So that means balancing life and doing things, but making sure that there's rest breaks in between. Okay. Another strategy we go with is sometimes about writing it down again and creating a bit of a timetable for the day, for the week, or even a little bit longer. And sometimes breaking tasks down into smaller parts. If it feels too big, kind of going, if that takes up a lot of energy, rather than doing it in one solid chunk, is there a way that I can actually break it into smaller parts? Another little strategy there is sometimes thinking of those that take up more energy and going, if I know that, can I do it earlier in the day? I also want to acknowledge sometimes spreading things across the week and kind of going, what does it look like and how do I put it in different days? And something that we really need to remember is alongside pacing and doing activities across the week is making sure that there's things you enjoy. So not just the everyday, the routine, the physical, the health, but how do you have things that you enjoy, that bring you vitality, that bring you enjoyment and fun as well? Okay, so our take-home message here is making sure to do things. So not doing nothing, but doing things, but making sure there's that rest and recharge. So just like the mobile phone going, there's certain times I don't wait to go to zero. I come up and I may rest and recharge, boost my battery a little bit, and then keep going. Underneath all of this, I spoke a little bit earlier around getting good sleep, and good sleep is really important around managing fatigue. So making sure that you're managing to fall asleep, stay asleep, and more than anything, some good quality sleep. There's going to be a lot later spoken about by Dr. Cordina around moving your body and exercise. So when we think of managing fatigue, exercise fits into this. And the last thing I'd say here is just noticing your thinking and watching out for what we call all or nothing thinking, where often people will say, I'll think, what's the most I could do? Or what's the least I could do? But sometimes doing that and going, okay, what would I want to do? What is a lot? What would be a tiny bit? and what would almost feel just right. Okay. A little bit further on, part of psychological well-being is almost a proactive process where we get a chance to go, how do we look after our emotional health? And a really nice tool, just a quick little one here, is thinking of it sometimes like a traffic light. So with a traffic light, when we're in the green, means go. When we're in the amber, means slow down, or it's our warning sign. Or when it's in the red, we often stopped. And I'd like to leave you a little bit in a way with that thought around psychological well-being of, can you start thinking of yourself in that way? What am I doing when I'm in the green? What am I feeling like? What's happening? But equally big aware, when I'm in the orange, what's happening? What have I stopped doing or started doing? Or when I'm in the red and I'm feeling stuck, what are things I can do that can help to look after me? So it keeps it almost front of mind. Okay. In line with that, I'd like to just take a few moments to just cover how do we know? People often ask, living with congenital heart disease or a Fontan circulation, how do I know when to ask for support? And just a few things I want to explain is always knowing some emotion can be very normal and some emotion is natural. It's part of being human. But also you'll know yourself that sometimes when feeling worried or anxious or even low, that keeps going or gets in the way of daily things, that's often a good time to go, you know what, it's getting harder than I'm wanting it to be. What can I do? With anxiety, watching out, it can be worst case scenario thoughts, which can be about daily things, but are very often around health related aspects. Sometimes being very aware of physical sensations or heart rate. Often people will avoid medical appointments or follow-ups. And Tom said it really nicely earlier that staying on top of things is really important, not letting it pile up. So if anxiety or trauma is getting in the way of you going, that's a good sign to go, let me engage or get some help around this. Also, if you're noticing you're withdrawing from things or losing interest or struggling to concentrate or struggling to sleep, or just thinking about past traumatic experiences you may have experienced, especially in medical settings, or even just going, it's around lifestyle things that are hard to do. So again, I'm going to say, you know your body best and there's no right or wrong time, but it's also really good to go, if I'm struggling with any of these, there are strategies, there are supports in place that can actually make a difference to keep you in the psychological well-being part. Okay. So I just want to, nearly at the end here, I just want to go through a little bit of the importance of always seeking support when you need to, talking to your cardiologist or cardiology team, talking to your GP, and knowing, and I'm happy to share these in the chat a little bit, that there are some resources on where to go for help, how to go for help. But also more than anything, I want to say today about social connection, and just like this Fontan community, just like the Heart Kids and so many other ones that are available, making sure that you stay connected with others and always knowing that by sharing your experiences, you might actually really be helping someone else and creating a great sense of connection. I know that I've covered a lot today, and I just want to say thank you very much. And I hope the take home more than anything is, with psychological well-being, seeing it as an integral part of managing being human and managing our physical health. So remembering it's okay to always be looking after it, but always to ask for help as you need to. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Leesa. That was fantastic. While I'm introducing the panel, could you copy and paste those contacts into the little chat, and Saskia will put them there for everybody if they want to copy and paste. So we're going to have a panel discussion now, and we're really sort of focusing on some of the harder aspects of being an adult living with a Fontan circulation. And we have a fantastic group of people here. So, of course, Dr. Leesa Adlard is going to join us, and she has a PhD in psychological trauma and is such a wealth of knowledge. AJ Iyengar is joining, who is a cardiothoracic surgeon based in Auckland. New Zealand stole him from us. There's Dr. Tim Hornung, who many of you will know, who is an adult congenital cardiologist and Fontan expert, also based in New Zealand. we are privileged to have Jonathan Mackley here, who is a very active member of our Australian Fontan community and has been really a leader in the ANZFAC group for many, many years. And Rebecca Moore, sorry, I've been practicing that. I hope I did it correctly, Rebecca. So Rebecca also lives with a Fontan Circulation and is a physiotherapist, so has really interesting insights with her expertise as well. So we'll start off, guys, by asking each of you a question, and then I'm sure we'll get into some more sort of casual chats towards the end. So Tim, can I start by just asking you to tell the audience about some of the common surveillance strategies for adults living with a Fontan and what other teams might get involved in their care, apart from cardiology?
Hi, Rach, and hello, everybody. Thanks for inviting me along. I've got slightly dodgy internet, so tell me if I'm breaking up and I can cut the video, maybe. I'm looking at AJ. Actually, you can pretend that I'm AJ because we've got exactly the same hairstyle. So if I have to cut my video, you can just look at him and we're much the same. In terms of surveillance, I think you can sort of broadly divide it into surveillance for sort of direct cardiac things, so things that are purely about the heart, and then the other parts of the body, so the other organs that are affected by the Fontan circulation and influenced by the Fontan circulation. So if we think about the heart things we're looking at, you will all be familiar with most of the things we're doing to keep an eye on your hearts. And again, the most common things we're looking out for are heart rhythm disturbances, which definitely become more common as people get older in general terms, but particularly in people with a Fontan circulation. We're looking at the pumping function of our hearts and making sure that the heart function isn't gradually becoming weaker. And we're also looking at the heart valves, and we know that people with a Fontan circulation, there's a bit of a tendency for heart valve problems, particularly leaky heart valves. And so many of the tests that we're doing to look for those things you'll be very familiar with. We're doing echo scans as our sort of mainstay. We're using more and more MRI scans, and I imagine most of you will have had one or more MRI scans. The echo scan is usually a very good way of looking at the heart valves and a reasonable way of looking at heart function. MRI is often a slightly better way of looking at the heart function, but also gives us quite a lot of extra information after a Fontan, particularly looking at the Fontan tunnel or the Fontan tube itself, which we generally don't see very well on echo scanning. When it comes to heart rhythm monitoring, many of you will have had a Holter monitor, which is a 24-hour monitor of your heart rhythm. We have other ways of monitoring the heart rhythm, including an event monitor, which is a monitor that you can have for a couple of weeks, and sometimes even implantable monitors. In terms of other teams that might be involved, so as time goes by, we're becoming more and more subspecialized with our cardiology care. And so for heart rhythm, there's usually a separate heart rhythm team that you may need to see if heart rhythms are a particular problem for you. In terms of heart function, we have this thing that we call heart failure, which is not a term that I particularly like. I think it's a sort of slightly alarming term, and I sort of wish that all those years ago when people have invented that term, they'd come up with something better, but that's what we've got. But what heart failure really means is that your heart isn't quite pumping or filling effectively enough to deliver enough blood around your body, or to deliver it quite as efficiently as it needs to do. And there are various effects of that, but fluid retention and becoming more limited in terms of what you're able to do, are particular features of heart failure. And so many teams will have many cardiology services now will have a separate heart failure team, and even within a congenital heart team, some services will have a separate heart failure team. So that is a team that you potentially may need to see. If your heart valves become more and more leaky, then usually the only fix for that is surgery, and so you may end up back seeing surgeons again. In terms of monitoring for problems outside of the heart itself, you'll be aware, I'm sure, from these meetings previously and from discussions with your heart teams, that the Fontan circulation has effects all around the body. But some of the ones that we're particularly interested in are the kidneys and particularly the liver. And so we are being more and more careful about monitoring the liver in particular. And so most teams, I think, will be asking you to have a liver blood test every year. And usually we're going to be asking you to have an ultrasound of your liver, often every 2 years, but that will vary a bit. And sometimes if anything crops up on your ultrasound, there are other imaging tests that we might want to do, for example, a CT or an MRI scan to look at your liver. And there are various things that can change in your liver with a Fontan circulation. And we have, some knowledge and expertise with that, but usually if there is a problem that comes up on your liver blood tests or on your liver scans, most of us, I think, would refer on to one of the liver specialists. And I think as time goes by, cardiologists are probably having a lower and lower threshold for asking the liver doctors to get involved. And my guess is that before too long, it will probably be very much the standard that people with a Fontan are seeing a cardiologist regularly and seeing a liver specialist, a hepatologist, also perhaps a bit less often, but on a regular basis. And if we do find problems with your liver, they're going to be seeing you more often. In terms of kidneys, that's certainly something we watch, but it's relatively unusual for the kidneys to become a major problem that would warrant actually seeing the kidney doctors, but occasionally that will be necessary. And occasionally, again, the lung doctors, for example, might be people that we ask you to see. That's already quite long, so I might stop there at that stage, Rach, and take any further points.
Thank you, Tim. We'll probably come back to you in a minute. That was a great overview. Thank you. We have a clinic with a hepatologist, Leesa and I, together in one place, which we've started doing, which just reduces the burden of visits and has worked really well. But not everyone likes coming to those. It's a long day and a very hospital-y type clinic.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think various places are starting up those sort of one-stop shop type clinics, which I'm sure will be the future.
Leesa, I called you the other Friday afternoon with this very question. I was sitting with a young woman who was quite distressed, and I wanted to know where can we direct her to at sort of 5 p.m. on a Friday afternoon if she was feeling in distress and at risk psychologically. You've already covered this a little bit in your talk, but can you tell us where somebody can go if they're feeling acutely in distress, but also just an overview of if somebody's just not feeling that well and wants to kind of start maybe involving a psychologist in their care, but it's a less of an acute situation?
Okay, thanks, Rachel, for the questions. I'll go from both sides, and I'll probably start with the less acute just as a brief overview. And like I was saying a few moments ago, I think sometimes just in terms of overall mental health related to health. Sometimes I'm sharing with your cardiologist, as teams I work with, Rachel, you're one of them, Dr. Baker as well. You're all very aware of emotional health, and even asking any suggestions, any supports, or is there anyone on the team, possibly linked to the team, or that's often referred out. But another really common or big one to do is to start off with the GP. Our GPs are great sources of information, where even in terms of psychological care, you can share with them what you're noticing, where you're feeling stuck, what's happening, and they can often refer you to somebody that's local. The GPs often know the psychologists in the area, they know areas of interest, and sometimes even asking the GP, is there one that maybe works with people with health conditions? So very often just a bit of that health slant is really useful. And there are many, many psychologists out there that do and are really great to work with. In saying that, the GP can sometimes create a mental health care treatment plan, which means that you are eligible to possibly to get up to 10 rebated sessions. There can sometimes be some bulk billing, meaning that it's paid fully, or sometimes there's a bit of a gap payment. But very often, again, the GPs would know which psychologists are gap or which are full. So that's a really great opportunity through Medicare to go, can I get some sessions? I also just want to say the Australian Psychological Society, and I'll put all this on the chat, has a little link called the APS Find a Psychologist tool. And that tool, you can put in location, you can put in what you're looking to work on. So you could say health related or cardiac, and it would pick psychologists in your area based on that. So it gives a really specialized one. I also just want to say university clinics are a really good option for cost as well, where it's psychologists who are training or supervised, but very often you're getting really good care in that way, and they're able to do a whole range of psychological strategies with you and match to what you're going through. I'd also just say This Way Up is an online program. I'll put it in the chat. It's a free one where you can do an online program where it's a lot of cognitive behavioral therapy or CBT. Also Headspace. So Headspace would be for anyone from the age of 12 to 25. So that would be a bit of the range of kind of the general.
Before you go on for acute things, I'm just going to quickly ask Tim and AJ, because we've got some New Zealanders on the line.
Okay.
I think you guys have a similar thing to a mental health care plan in New Zealand. Is that right? For New Zealand people, if they wanted to go to their GP about seeing a psychologist and getting support?
It varies a little bit, I think, from place to place. It varies in several ways in terms of how much you can access psychology support through your GP, but certainly some GP practices will have access to a certain number of free psychologist sessions. Some of the services around the country have psychologists attached to the ACHD teams in particular, and also the pediatric team. So that there can be various options. Certainly, going through your GP, I think, is one good option. But if your team has a psychologist specifically attached to the team, that can often be. Sometimes it can actually be an easier way of doing it, and clearly you're accessing somebody who has that specific experience.
And that health trauma expertise is so important, I think, and not fully understood sometimes by community psychologists, as you alluded to Leesa. Sorry, I interrupted you. Please go on now.
Good. All right. So just linking on for more acute. So if you're feeling really overwhelmed or distressed or feeling I can't carry on, or very often that's a time to go, what services could be linked in. And I often recommend Beyond Blue, so I'll put that on the chat as well. Beyond Blue can be acute, but Beyond Blue is also really good. From what I hear a lot of patients share with me, that if you're having a panic attack or you're feeling anxious or overwhelmed, or it's 2 o'clock in the morning and you need to talk, they're really good in terms of counseling and immediate support. Also always keeping in mind Lifeline. So Lifeline's 24/7 trained in psychological interventions and immediate support. But also in Australia, I'm not sure what the New Zealand version would be. We also have, which I can put in the chat line, a line called the Mental Health Crisis Team. And that, as a person going through it, as a patient, you would be welcome to call them. And what they do is they link you with a service in your area, but also for professionals, if ever you've got somebody who's feeling really distressed and you're looking for best options, the Mental Health Crisis Team across Australia works really well. You give the postcode and they immediately link you onto one of the clinicians, and often then able to see what supports are needed. Is it sometimes emergency services, so presenting at an emergency in a hospital, or is it sometimes referral within the clinics? So that would be a really good option. But one thing I would always say is, if noticing, for the patients especially, if noticing you're feeling like that, one of the most important things is just share it with somebody you trust as well. So that could be your family, a close friend, and that can be definitely your professionals, so your cardiologist, your GP, letting people know this is where I'm at, because sometimes it means I'm really struggling and I'm looking for help. So always just remembering it's okay to do that.
Thank you, Leesa. I think in New Zealand, you have Lifeline as well, but it's a different number, of course, and Youthline, and they're both 24/7 acute mental health care.
That's right.
Okay, Rebecca, a question for you, and it's not an easy one. What do you think has been the most challenging aspect of living with a Fontan circulation? You're muted, sorry.
There you go. Can you hear me now? Perfect. Thank you, Rachel, for inviting me to share my experience today. It's a super difficult question. There are so many heavy and challenging aspects of having a Fontan circulation. I mean, to start with, I know I've had to contemplate issues relating to life and death, life expectancy, family planning at a much earlier age compared to most other people. Also, over the years, having a Fontan circulation has had quite a considerable financial toll on both me and my family. But today I'm going to keep it a bit lighter and maybe discuss something that I've found particularly challenging the past few years. And I think all of us don't get enough credit for. And that's just coordinating and managing my own healthcare whilst trying to still live a full and vibrant life. And I think a lot of speakers have actually touched on it today. So hopefully it ties in well with everything everyone said already. For me, looking after my health means seeing multiple specialists and also allied health professionals. I attend regular appointments, manage my symptoms, medications, have regular blood tests, procedures. I have my pacemaker reviews, and I fit both planned and unplanned hospital stays in. And I do all the admin that's associated with the scheduling and rescheduling of these appointments so that they can fit in with my life. Coordinating my healthcare takes a lot of time and energy. It can also at times be really stressful and quite frustrating dealing with all the different healthcare systems that I have to deal with. For a long time, I feel like I underappreciated just how fatiguing managing my healthcare was. But the reality is that it leaves me with less time and energy to catch up with friends and family, to do exercise, and to also do the activities that I really love and enjoy. So over the past few years, I've really noticed the impact that all of this healthcare load has had on my overall wellbeing. So I just wanted to mention a few strategies that I have utilized in the past few years to help reduce the impact that it has on me. So hopefully some of these strategies will be helpful to other people. First of all, I wanted to mention that I just started using Webster packs through my local pharmacy. And I don't know about everyone else, but I always thought that they were for old people or people who could otherwise not do their medications. And I don't know, I'm always quite proud. And if I can do it, then I'll, make sure that I do it and I won't use those services. But using Webster packs has just meant that there's just one less stress that I haven't had to manage. So for me, not having to worry about getting my scripts refilled, worrying about getting to the pharmacy, medication changes, dosage changes, it's taken a lot of stress off me. So that's one thing that I really highly recommend. The second one is, where possible, I always opt for telehealth. It just means that I can still work, do my normal shift, and then chuck on an extra specialist appointment at the end of the day or in my lunch break or whatever it so happens. Means that I can continue living my life around my healthcare. Recently, I've dropped my hours at work. I used to work full time because my colleagues work full time, so I felt that I should work full time too. But sometimes I think I have to consider that managing my healthcare is almost like a full-time job in itself. So I've really dropped back to some part-time hours. And that's just given me the flexibility to move my schedule around, to fit in appointments. And it just means that I'm not taking so much annual leave for healthcare related things. And maybe one day I might actually be able to go on a holiday, which would be absolutely lovely. Last thing I wanted to mention was having a consistent and supportive GP. And I think that's been mentioned a few times already, but I cannot emphasize enough how important it is. There was a period in my journey where I was bouncing around from GP to GP, just because it was convenient for me. But since I've had a consistent GP, it's made things a lot easier. It means that I don't have to stress if I've forgotten something that one of my specialists has mentioned. She always has the letters from my specialist appointments, so she can always refer back to them. And quite often she is there to remind me of something that I've completely overlooked and forgotten about, which may not necessarily be related to my Fontan circulation. So really encourage you to find a GP that you trust, that you can work with to help coordinate your care. As I mentioned, there's so many other challenges that I could have potentially talked about, but I hope what I've spoken about resonates with at least some of you in the audience, and hopefully some of those tips will be helpful for at least some of you. Thank you.
I think that will resonate with a lot of people, Rebecca, and thank you for sharing. I think it's really important to hear a wide array of stories on days like this, and not everybody's going to be on a lot of medication or have complex health needs. There's a huge variation, and I think sometimes we brush over the harder parts because we're worried about frightening people or telling sad stories, but I think all those things are so important. And finding a good GP, it's easier said than done, isn't it?
It is. But when you find one, stick with them.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And I find asking friends who live in a similar area, who do they see, is a good way to start about finding, even as a medical person. All right, Jonathan, another not easy question for you. What are some of the biggest challenges that you have faced that have been associated with complications of living with a Fontan circulation?
Great, thank you. Great question. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for your opportunity, Rachel, and to your amazing Fontan Education team for hosting us today. Look, before I answer the question, I thought it might be worthwhile just giving you a very brief summary of where I'm coming from in my experience. I was born with a few heart complications, including a hypoplastic right heart, and had my Fontan operation at the age of 5 at the Royal Children's Hospital in Melbourne. This was the original atriopulmonary or AP Fontan in 1981. And to save you the math, yes, I turned 49 this year. I fast-tracked to 2013. I attended the Fontan Education Day held at the Royal Children's Hospital in Melbourne, and along with a handful of others, responded to Eve Dudekem's challenge to become part of the patient community voice and close the loop with the Fontan Registry, and co-founded the Australian and New Zealand Fontan Community. Committee, which has been going since 2014, which is today co-chaired by Samuel Chung and Jane Campbell, and very pleased to have others like Rebecca who are part of that as well. All right, back to your question. I did a bit of reflection on what is the biggest challenge in growing up with the Fontan for me. It is tempting when thinking about this question to name a particular medical challenge, but I did, like Rebecca, I took a bit of a step back and thought about, for me, it kind of boiled down to 4 challenges. So I'll give you a very brief summary of those. Number 1 was probably ignorance and avoidance. That was probably my first challenge, which was due to a lack of engagement with the medical system, which that lasted probably from the age of 16 to 22, because I believed that my heart issues were behind me and that I had a hole in the heart when I was a kid. But that was all resolved. So I probably avoided that as well and didn't engage. But number 2, and this has been touched on a lot today, which was learning to navigate the healthcare system. So when I was forced to re-engage with the healthcare system due to arrhythmia issues, this really is a mental, emotional, and practical challenge. You know, it was a lot of fear of the unknown, not knowing what others with my condition were doing. And Rebecca, as you touched on there, you know, the challenge of trying to stay on top of that. Number 3, which is related, is balancing my health and well-being. So dealing with anxiety and pacing myself. This has been touched on a lot today. And number 4, the challenge for me, I think, is one I face regularly as well, is how to give back to the community, to actively work with healthcare providers to educate them about the Fontan Circulation, and also to empower others like myself. I will drill down into probably the most recent challenge, which is dealing with venous disease. Really grateful to William Campbell, who spoke to us today about venous disease, and I'm grateful that he could present to us. Just give you a brief summary of my experience and some of the takeaways linked to that. So around 17 to 18 years old, I noticed brownish splotches or spots appearing on my shins, which over the next 20 years spread slowly, very slowly, to my upper thighs. It doesn't cover the whole leg, there are just little patches. In my mid-30s, I noticed spidery veins, also known as varicose veins, showing up in my ankles and below my knees. And in my late 30s, my skin was noticeably drier and had some increased puffiness on my legs and around my ankles. So this was visible swelling, and if you pressed your finger into below my knee, at the end of the day, you would see it was a bit like memory foam that didn't sort of stay there for a few seconds, and sometimes up to a minute. And that's part of what is called peripheral edema. I mentioned these symptoms, importantly, to my GP and my cardiologists, who their advice was to start wearing compression stockings, which I did from about 2016 onwards, when the swelling became more present more often and a little more significant. Back then I wore a level 1 compression stocking, and now I wear a level 3 compression stocking. My cardiologist also advised me to put my feet up when I could and exercise as often as I could, and put me on diuretics, which help me rid some of the excess moisture or also level of liquid in my body, which is a contributing factor. And my cardiologist referred me to a dermatologist who advised me a simple approach: moisturize, moisturize, moisturize. So for the last 8 years, after a shower, I do apply the QV intensive moisturizing ointment from my knees down, so my calves, my ankles, my shins, and top of my feet. And after the moisturizing, I put on a white cotton tube stocking, which helps me slide on my knee-high compression stockings over the top, because if anyone's tried to put on compression stockings, they are a doozy to put on initially and take a bit of getting used to. And so you're looking for, what are cheats to help make that easier and faster, and to make it so that I can comfortably wear them often. I also do a bit of swimming and walking as much as I can, and I used to do a lot of bike riding. So starting to wrap up now, look, since 2020, I've had about 6 treatments for varicose and incompetent veins. I have had 4 venous ulcers, which come and go, and I'm very mindful of my legs and check them over each morning and night, and get checkups regularly with my vascular surgeon and my cardiologist, and my GP also monitor those with me. And I think there was, I was facing into a lot of unknowns around what is this and how do I deal with this. Whenever I looked up information, it was usually aimed at a much older generation with an onset cardio challenges. But one of the greatest tips I got from someone was that there are chronic wound clinics that can help deal with your any signs of ulcers as well. They typically look after the wound dressing and cleaning, can help you with that, and patients can self-refer to that. I did a bit of a search this morning on that, and I went to see the Royal Melbourne Hospital's chronic wound clinic, but I can see from my searches that there are many around Victoria and Australia, and also they're often named wound care services in New Zealand. Yeah, so in summary, I try to walk each day and swim each weekend, not for long, as my energy or time is. And sometimes it's just walking laps in the pool when I can't actually swim. That makes a big difference. And I have a stationary spin bike, which I try to use. I work full time, so sometimes I'm working from home, and I'll take a meeting on the bike so that I can just keep my legs moving as well. So I hope that helps to give light to where William's presentation was coming from and why I asked him to talk about that. I think in the absence of information, it's helpful to have some reference points, and certainly welcome anyone reaching out to me and asking me questions. I'm happy to talk and help guide you a bit more about my experience or help you with that.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. It's such a brave thing to do, to tell so much about yourself, and we're very, very grateful. And I mean, it's just something that we know so little about. And for some reason, most people with a Fontan circulation don't actually tend to build up fluid in the leg. It's much more common to build it up in the tummy, because probably remodeling happens in the veins, but we don't understand why some people do develop it. And I think, you raising this important point, and we'll talk about how we can learn more about this through the Fontan Registry. I think it's something that we're really obliged to look into further. We might finish with you, AJ. Thank you for joining us. I presume you're not sitting at a beach and that's a fake background.
No, I'm on call. I'm not in the hospital, but Newcastle, where my wife and I got married.
So question for you, how can parents and carers prepare for supporting their child or the person that they care for when it comes to interventions and operations?
I've got about 5 slides, just mainly pictures. Is it all right if I share my screen?
Go for it.
Okay. So thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this panel. As a surgeon, it's a slightly unusual question to be asked, but I only figure that I'm being asked because I'm the one that's often dealing with parents and caregivers of grown-ups with a Fontan who are coming back for complex surgery. And as I'd say to most parents now of children who are having the Fontan, while we really hope that people with a Fontan as they grow up won't need interventions, we're now understanding that it is very common.
And those interventions can be as simple as a catheter investigation or intervention or a pacing procedure, ranging all the way to really complex reoperations, and even in some cases, the need for heart transplantation. So it is a very useful question to ponder. Most of, I think, the difficulties arise because the situation is an intersection of not just the person living with a Fontan or with congenital heart disease who needs to have a Fontan, but also an intersection of the parent and caregiver who's navigating multiple roles, and also previous experiences that might have been traumatic either along the way of the multiple procedures before the Fontan, or for those who have a Fontan and are needing surgery later in life, the experience around the time of the Fontan, which is now done at an age around the time where the children who have had it may have retained some memories of that experience, and certainly where the parents will have had a lot of things that they've experienced and gone through along the way. And if you look at an operation, so this is a framework for stress that I find really useful to sort of explain what makes up a stressful situation. Having an operation or having your child undergo an operation has all of these factors: novelty, unpredictability, a threat to self because it's potentially has the risk of shortening or ending life, but also no control in that situation. And no amount of information helps people feel better about stressful situations. So this is a quote that comes from an intensive care doctor who actually went through a really complex and traumatic health journey. And I think it's a really useful quote to understand, especially as a doctor who's trying to give information to stressed individuals. And so I think that the one thing that parents and caregivers can do that's really helpful is to pause and to really recognize what the experience of a child or loved one having a surgical intervention brings up for them, to reflect and recognize what they're feeling in response to that, to accept that that's part of their experience and their reaction, and not to feel bad or wrong about that, as we heard in the previous talk, and then to really understand and nurture themselves to help move through some of those uncomfortable feelings and be present for their child or loved one as they go through the journey of having a surgical intervention in particular. Some of the realities of adults who are undergoing reinterventions is that even for simple procedures, they can really result in fairly long stays in the hospital. You know, I've had patients who have needed a pacemaker generator change, who have needed to stay in the high dependency unit for a couple of nights and be in hospital for up to a week or two because the pain control can be challenging after a surgical procedure, especially when you've been through many before. But for those having open heart surgery after the previous operations that they've had, it brings up issues around wound care, drains, and how traumatic it can be to remove drains sometimes, as well as issues around pacing. And pain and managing pain can be very difficult. It's very common, especially if there's been issues with anxiety leading up to a surgical procedure, for those to resurface during the recovery phase. And most patients who come through hospital will have issues with sleep, and that can persist beyond when they leave the hospital. Unfortunately, for a few patients who have complex operations, part of the normal recovery phase involves issues with the kidneys and needing dialysis, sometimes requiring tracheostomy tubes, and for many patients, issues with feeding and requiring nasogastric tubes, which, if they've been there in the past, can trigger previous traumatic experiences as well. Some really practical advice. I think that anyone who's preparing to come in for a surgical procedure should really figure out what they would do if they had to be in hospital for 4 to 6 weeks. And while this may not be the norm, it does certainly happen from time to time. And some of the really simple things that can make the post-operative period more comfortable is to have your own, or the patient's own, pillow or blanket, as well as other things that make them comfortable, and to understand what previous experience might trigger uncomfortable sensations during the upcoming hospital stay. For us as medical practitioners, it's really great if you have an up-to-date list of all the medications and non-medical treatments that you're taking, if you take supplements or herbal remedies. And especially for those who have a Fontan circulation, who are having surgical procedures down the track, it's really useful to be on a low-fat but high-protein diet in the post-operative phase, and that's certainly something that we really hammer pretty hard here in Auckland. And so understanding what high-protein, low-fat foods that you like, which you can provide for yourself in hospital, is very, very helpful. During and after surgery, it's really great to have a plan for what you're going to do about loss of income, whether that's for you as a parent or a caregiver, or for an individual with a Fontan, especially if they have dependent children or other siblings. And one thing we find really difficult to talk about, but I think is really important, is that if you're an adult with complex congenital heart disease going into a surgical procedure, it's really useful to have met with a solicitor and drawn up a will in case you're not in a position where you can do that in the post-operative period. And this is often an area that does get neglected or forgotten. As a family member or carer, you need to have adequate support for yourself, because you're also going through a stressful experience that can, as I've said before, trigger some traumatic experiences from your past. And so having a support person for the support person is often very useful. And I find that families that have that type of arrangement are just able to provide a lot more support for the individual who's going through the surgery. And having multiple people who can provide respite for each other is really helpful too. And then if there is a long hospital stay, having a really good plan for how to transition back home or closer to home, and what your preferences would be is good to think about, because sometimes that recovery, the last phase of recovery in hospital, can happen very quickly, and you don't want to be left sort of debating what would be best for you as a family. Hope that's helpful.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, did I forget to share my screen?
No, you were sharing. It looked great. I just wanted to, we're slightly over time, but Beck or Jonathan, did you have anything to add to that before we finish up?
I think it was what I really connected with there was that nuts, novelty, unpredictability, threat to ego, sense of control. I think it made me smile, but also I connected with it because you can go through seasons of stability, as I call them, where everything seems to be hunky-dory, and then something can come from left field, or you can hear about somebody else's experience that they're going through, and it can throw you into that sense of overwhelm. So that other slide you put up about rain, to recognize what's going on and to allow the experience to be there, and investigate with kindness. It's really helpful that we have just so much more information available now, and healthcare providers are so much more connected with asking the patient and seeking what is their concerns. And it's great to have Elle's presentation to give some of the really practical elements and approaches, and Leesa Adlard, your context around the mental health stuff. I think it all resonated with me, in short, Rachel.
Yeah. It's so good just to talk about it and hear everyone's experience, isn't it? Beck, did you want to add anything?
No, I don't think so. But I guess when you said plan for a 4 to 6 week stay, I can definitely vouch for the stay is always longer than what you expect. So, pack extra of everything. and prepare for the worst and hope for the best.
Yeah. All right, on that note, let's go and have some lunch, and we'll be back in 46 minutes. See you soon. Hi, everybody, and welcome back from our lunch break. So we're in the final session of the day. Saskia, could you take down that slide? Thank you very much. Which will hopefully be a little bit more upbeat than the earlier sessions, except for Julian's talk. No offense, Julian. So we've got Julian Ayer coming up now, who is a paediatric cardiologist in Sydney, who is very involved with the Fontan Registry. And we've given him the not so easy task in 15 minutes of speaking to you a little bit about, and it's really just more of an overview than a detailed discussion, reinterventions, common and not so common complications after the Fontan operation. Welcome back, Julian.
Thanks, Rach. I'll just share my screen.
I'll stay here just to let you know that it's working. Oh, yep, we can see that.
Yeah, so it's I'm delighted to give this talk. In one sense, it's not a good talk to give because nobody wants a reintervention, but to be forewarned is to be forearmed, I suppose. So I'll be focusing on reinterventions and then discussing the complications or factors that are indications for those reinterventions. And firstly, discussing how common are reinterventions after Fontan completion, what types of reinterventions are performed, and what are the indications for some of the more common types of reinterventions. In early childhood, really even from antenatal period, counselling in regards to treatment for single ventricle congenital heart defects focuses on these 3 stages. The first stage performed in early infancy, here the Norwood procedure, but there are other procedures performed. The second stage, the bidirectional Glenn anastomosis performed later in infancy, and then the third stage being Fontan completion. So a reintervention can be defined as anything that falls outside of those as a therapeutic procedure, either between these stages or after Fontan completion. Reinterventions after Fontan completion can be classified as early, within 30 days from the Fontan operation, versus late, which is beyond that period. And they can be categorized as catheter-based or keyhole procedures versus surgical reoperations. And this is data that was published a couple of years ago from the registry, which in summary shows that reinterventions are common after Fontan completion. And about 30% of people underwent a reintervention of some sort. Some patients required 2 or more reinterventions. There was an early higher rate after Fontan completion, and then a steady accumulation of reinterventions over time. And in case you thought this was peculiar to people in Australia and New Zealand, this is a study from the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, which basically shows the same thing, which in this curve is freedom from reintervention. And you can see that over time, quite a number of people require reinterventions after Fontan completion. So just looking at later catheter-based reintervention, so these are the keyhole type procedures. This is listed from most common to less common. Fenestration closure is probably the most common catheter-based procedure that we perform, and I'll be talking a little bit more about that. Ablation of arrhythmia is then next most common. I won't be talking about that in any detail because I know that the next speaker will be discussing that. Balloon dilatation or stenting of pulmonary arteries is sometimes performed after Fontan completion. It's something that we are more aggressive in dealing with before Fontan completion. So hopefully that sets up the circulation for adult life. Occlusion of venous collateral vessels is sometimes undertaken, and I'll describe that a little bit in coming slides, and then lymphatic procedures done in the catheter lab. In terms of late surgical reoperation, a number of patients with Fontan circulation have pacemakers, and these do require procedures later in life. Relief of obstruction to outflow of blood from the heart is sometimes performed. This is seen in certain types of single ventricle heart disease, where either a hole in the heart that's required for blood to flow freely out of the heart becomes small, or muscle grows underneath the aorta, which is the big artery going out to the body, and this sometimes requires an operation to relieve. Atrioventricular valve repair or replacement is sometimes needed, and I'll describe that in more detail. Relief of pulmonary artery stenosis, and then rarer procedures, Fontan takedown, conversion, and heart transplant. I won't talk in great detail except a little bit about conversion. And then there's a new area of surgery which is dealing with lymphatic problems late after Fontan completion, which I'll describe a little bit more. So Fontan fenestration is a communication that's created at the time of Fontan completion between the lateral tunnel or the extracardiac conduit and the collecting chamber or atrium of the heart. The fenestration aims to reduce pressure in body veins and increase blood flow to the heart after Fontan completion, where there's an absence of a ventricle to pump blood through to the lungs. Fenestration has been shown to be associated with reduced duration of drainage of pleural fluid from chest drains after Fontan completion by the order of a few days. But longer-term benefits of a patent Fontan fenestration remain hard to prove. An open fenestration in the long term results in lower oxygen levels in the arterial blood. You get mixing of low oxygen venous blood with the higher oxygen blood returning from the lungs to the heart. This lower oxygen levels can be associated with reduced exercise tolerance, an impact on fertility and pregnancy outcomes, and higher red blood cell content, which potentially can increase blood viscosity. A patent fenestration can act as a pathway for a blood clot to traverse from the veins in the body to the arterial system and thereby cause a stroke. So there's generally a requirement for stronger blood thinners, such as warfarin, when there's a patent fenestration rather than the more standard aspirin. Patent fenestration can be useful in the setting of arrhythmia because it does provide direct access for an ablation catheter to the heart, as evidenced in this diagram. I won't detail that more because, as I mentioned, the next talk is on arrhythmias. This can be overcome in the sense of a fenestration does not necessarily need to be created. In our unit now, the surgeons are more closely approximating the extracardiac conduit with the atrium with sutures, and then a radiopaque marker is left in place to essentially provide the marking point for where a puncture can be created in the baffle and the catheter for an ablation passed across that puncture. So the indication for fenestration closure include reduced exercise tolerance with a fall in oxygen saturation on exercise testing, stroke despite adequate blood thinning medication, a wish to come off warfarin or other strong blood thinners, or to improve oxygen saturations to improve fertility or other pregnancy-related outcomes. Before undertaking Fontan fenestration closure, it's important that the patient is carefully screened and selected. You need to have good function of the heart and the atrioventricular valves, no signs of advanced liver disease, and good functional status overall. The procedure is done in the cardiac catheter lab, keyhole procedure where an angiogram of the pathways is undertaken. So that's like a contrast injection that outlines the extracardiac conduit, the pulmonary arteries, and the bidirectional gland. Measurement of the pressure in the veins is undertaken either at rest or with exercise, and a test occlusion of the fenestration is performed with a balloon catheter. And what we're looking for is no significant rise in the pressure in the venous system or atrial chambers, and no reduction in the output from the heart. So this is an angiogram here showing the extracardiac conduit, blush of contrast across the fenestration. And this is the device which is being placed to occlude the fenestration. Moving along to veno-venous collaterals. These are abnormal vessels that develop between a body vein and a pulmonary vein. And they can be quite common. Their frequency is somewhere between 4% and 80% in different studies. And their prevalence may be higher in those with risk factors for high central venous pressure. Veno-venous collaterals allow mixing of low and highly oxygenated blood, and therefore lower oxygen levels in the arterial circulation. They most likely develop due to higher than normal pressure in the body veins. The consequences of low oxygen levels arising from veno-venous collaterals are similar to those of a fenestration. And if large, veno-venous collaterals can also provide a pathway for blood clots to enter the arterial circulation. The impact of veno-venous collaterals, and therefore whether to close them, remains controversial, as they may act as autofenestrations when the venous pressure is high. So in effect, they may act as a blow-off, which if we close could worsen the impact of high central venous pressure. Furthermore, unlike fenestrations, veno-venous collaterals have the potential to redevelop or open up even after their initial closure when the central venous pressure remains high. So therefore, routine closure of veno-venous collaterals is usually not undertaken, but the indications for closure may be similar to those in a fenestration. But it's important to only close them in the presence of low measured central venous pressure. So here we have angiograms, again, which is a contrast agent injected into a blood vessel, which shows 3 different veno-venous collaterals in the top panels, and then below there are different coils or plugs which are put into these veno-venous collaterals to block them off. So I briefly wanted to mention something about the lymphatic system, which is the kind of forgotten circulation. There are veins, there are arteries, and then there are lymphatics. And these are small channels that collect fluid from organs and tissues and transports them back to the circulation. So the small channels connect together to form larger channels. And these larger channels also have collections of immune cells along them called lymph nodes. And the largest channel, called the thoracic duct, eventually drains into one of the upper body veins, usually the upper body vein on the left side, called the innominate vein. So there are problems that can occur to the lymphatics after the Fontan circulation. So you can get damage to the main or small lymphatic channels in the chest at the time of cardiac surgery, and then lymphatic fluid can leak into the chest cavity. Because of elevation in central venous pressure, you can get increased lymph production from the liver and also impaired lymph drainage from the thoracic duct into the innominate vein. So we do find that there can be abnormal lymph channels both in the thorax and in the abdomen. Here in this right-hand panel, you can see these small multiple lymph channels that can spill lymph into the thoracic cavity. You can also get the same abnormal lymph channels in the abdomen. And this lymphatic abnormality can be associated with problems both before and after Fontan completion. So these problems include prolonged chest drainage output after Fontan surgery, and then two rare but significant and severe complications. One, plastic bronchitis, which is due to reflux of lymph from lymphatic channels around small airways, causing airway inflammation and swelling. And this causes a buildup of sticky material in the airways called casts. And then protein-losing enteropathy, which is due to reflux of lymph from lymphatic channels in the intestine, leading to inflammation, swelling, and protein loss in the intestine. This results in low protein in the blood, generalized swelling, diarrhea, weight loss, and malabsorption. So these are rare complications after Fontan completion, and sometimes conservative measures can be helpful. For example, in the case of plastic bronchitis, inhaled treatments to break up casts can improve respiratory symptoms. And in the case of protein-losing enteropathy, oral steroids can be used to treat intestinal inflammation. But now we also have both catheter-based and surgical treatments directed at lymphatics, which are used for refractory cases of prolonged pleural drainage, plastic bronchitis, or PLE. And this includes selective blocking of abnormal lymphatic channels and then thoracic duct diversion, which I'll describe subsequently. So here you can, with microcatheters, inject contrast in the abnormal lymphatics. This is technically quite challenging because you can only access lymphatic channels through lymph nodes, say through in the groin or in the abdominal cavity. So there's quite a steep learning curve to undertake these procedures. And here you see this abnormal lymph channel that spills lymph into the chest, and this is being blocked here. And the subsequent angiogram shows that the thoracic duct itself is intact and hasn't been disrupted. Surgery is also being developed to deal with lymphatic problems. And one particular procedure is innominate vein turn down. So I did describe that the thoracic duct normally enters the innominate vein on the left side. And this innominate vein, as is the rest of the veins, is under higher pressure after the Fontan completion. So if the innominate vein is disconnected from the superior vena cava and turned down and connected back to the atrium, then the pressure in the innominate vein and hence in the thoracic duct will return to normal. In some instances, this reverses lymphatic problems such as protein-losing enteropathy. A totally catheter-based or keyhole-based version of this innominate vein procedure has recently also been described. So one of the major challenges that we have with single ventricle heart disease is atrioventricular valve regurgitation, and this is this is an example of what it looks like on an echocardiogram. It causes dilatation and poor function of the pumping chamber. You get this to and fro flow across the valve that guards the atrium and the ventricle. And atrioventricular valve regurgitation can occur anywhere along the pathway of single ventricle heart disease, but it can also occur after Fontan completion. So this is data from the registry, which shows that there is a steady rate of development of atrioventricular valve regurgitation after Fontan completion, predominantly in those people with a single ventricle that has a right ventricle appearance or morphology. And furthermore, the presence of atrioventricular valve regurgitation is associated with an increased risk of both death and transplantation, predominantly in those, once again, with the right ventricle as a single ventricle. So it is a serious and challenging problem. The indications for surgery on atrioventricular valve after Fontan completion remain controversial. Significant atrioventricular valve regurgitation is usually addressed prior to Fontan completion, and we'll have to see what the impact of improving repair techniques and a better understanding of the indication of valve replacement makes on later outcomes. Suffice to say that better results are achieved if significant atrioventricular valve regurgitation is dealt with earlier, probably well before adult age, rather than later. It is also true to say that atrioventricular valve surgery in adults with a Fontan circulation is a relatively high-risk procedure. So in summary, reinterventions are common after Fontan completion. 3 stages of surgery is not exactly the pathway that many patients follow. They're likely to need more, both before Fontan completion and after. Many issues, however, can be managed with catheter-based or keyhole procedures, but severe atrioventricular valve regurgitation and lymphatic problems still remain very challenging. Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you very, very much, Julian. Your camera's off. Show us your face quickly.
I couldn't turn it on before.
Oh.
And I'm starting to wear glasses.
Are we twins? Thank you. That was a fantastic overview. And I know that was hard to go through all that in such a short time. So thank you very much for spending some of your Sunday with us. I'd like to introduce Andrew Martin now, who is an electrophysiology doctor based in Auckland, New Zealand, and he is going to speak to you about rhythm concerns in the setting of a Fontan circulation. Hi, Andrew. I'll just hang around until you share your slides just to let you know that they're all working okay. Perfect. Excellent.
How's that for the screen?
Looks perfect.
Thanks very much, Rachel. Thank you very much for the invitation. Asked me to join with you all on a Sunday afternoon. I'm going to speak about heart rhythm symptoms, heart rhythm diagnoses, and then step on to talk about potential treatments thereafter. Heart rhythm symptoms in patients with Fontan is very common. The majority of people experience ectopic beats or extra heartbeats. These can be either frequent or infrequent. When occurring infrequently, such as in clusters maybe 2 or 3 times a day, they can be considered at the benign end of the heart rhythm spectrum and seldom require active treatments. For some people, they can be present frequently and all of the time, and for those people, active treatments such as medications or procedures such as catheter ablation can be indicated. Fast heart rhythm disturbances such as atrial fibrillation, atrial flutter are also quite common, typically in years after operations, and tends to not be an acute issue in the immediate post-operative phase. Symptoms with this can include palpitations, a feeling of the heart beating rapidly, irregularly, though for some people they may only experience breathlessness and effort limitation. And if one's experiencing those symptoms, an ECG at the time is a very useful way to evaluate for this. Slow heart rhythm disturbances, so-called bradycardias, are also useful to reflect on. These are less common in patients with Fontan, though certainly can be present can also be exacerbated by medications, certain medications such as beta blockers and some calcium blockers, and heart rhythm medications such as sotalol or amiodarone can cause heart rate slowing. Symptoms with this can include effort limitation due to the inability to increase the normal heart rate, and fainting and syncope can also be symptoms associated with slow heart rates and rhythms. Detection and diagnosis is important. The 12-lead ECG electrocardiogram remains the key and arguably gold standard method for diagnosing any heart rhythm disturbance. However, though a number of these arrhythmias can be fickle and intermittent. Often it's the nature of a watched pot, where the time of an ECG is the one time that symptoms are absent. And so sometimes replicating activities such as exercise and undertaking an ECG during exercise testing can be a useful way to evaluate for exercise-induced arrhythmias. Both tachycardias such as atrial arrhythmias, atrial fibrillation, flutter, for some can be induced with exercise testing. And likewise, if effort limitation and concern for bradycardia, so slow heart rhythm concerns, is present, an exercise test can be a very useful gauge to understand what the heart rate does and what the heart rhythm is doing at normal or slightly more than normal physiological exercise. Holter monitor involves an ECG that one wears for 24 out of 48-hour period of time, and it records and measures every single heartbeat during that time. It can be a very useful way to gauge the frequency of extra heartbeats or ectopic heartbeats. It can also be a very useful way to monitor arrhythmias that are either asymptomatic or with symptoms that can be a little bit difficult to disentangle. Again, it's monitoring for a little bit longer than a standard ECG, but for intermittent or infrequent arrhythmias, more prolonged monitoring may be wanted. Event monitoring is what we commonly do for that in Auckland, where an ECG, like a Holter monitor, is worn for a period of a few weeks. But ECG recordings from that are only made at the time of symptoms. So you would activate the recording function of that, note down the time that an episode of symptoms and what those symptoms were, and the two can be correlated thereafter. Implantable cardiac monitors, also called implantable loop recorders, Reveal Devices is the most common manufacturer in Australasia by Medtronic is another name for these. These are small implantable devices that go under the skin and have battery longevities of typically between 2 and 4 years, and can monitor for both tachycardias, bradycardias, and also obtain symptoms, recordings at the time of symptoms. We in Auckland tend to use these devices mostly for those people where fainting syncope has occurred, and we're concerned about possible bradycardia or maybe even very rapid tachycardia events. More and more commonly though, particularly for palpitation type symptoms, we're talking with our patients about wearable devices, and to be honest, more and more of our patients are finding these themselves and bringing these ECGs and recordings to us. These are 5 such examples. The most common ones that I see in my practice are the Apple Watch, obviously from the Apple Corp, and a live core from Cardia on the right-hand end of these. These can all obtain ECG recordings that are of quite good quality. It's important to be still while making these recordings, as movement at the time will make the ECG quality a little bit less good and more difficult to interpret. A word of warning, each of these devices will try and provide a diagnosis, and the algorithms for which they were designed all seek out atrial fibrillation, meaning that other tachycardias or fast heart rhythm disturbances with irregularity in the pulse, it will say that it's atrial fibrillation, but it may not be so accurate, such as frequent ectopic beats may be misclassified as atrial fibrillation. The other area that tends to misclassify is arrhythmias with regular heartbeats. Oftentimes we'll see atrial flutter have regular heart rates, but with elevated heart rates. These devices and their automatic algorithms are not particularly attuned at differentiating that from normal heart rhythms at elevated rates. My suggestion with these is they make good ECG recordings, and so make the recordings at the time of symptoms and then share those with your cardiologist or physicians. They can often be sent via email in a PDF format and have very good quality ECG tracings to be assessed, but do take the diagnostics that the devices provide with a grain of salt, as I mentioned. So with diagnostics completed, when we think about potential heart rhythm treatments, we're really thinking about heart rhythm medications, anticoagulation, and heart rhythm procedures. When I think about heart rhythm treatments, the schema, which is atrial fibrillation centric, I think is a good schematic in my mind of how I approach patients with Fontan who have arrhythmia. Previously, we would use antiarrhythmics as our first port of call and reserve treatments such as ablation for treatment failure with medication failure. These days, and certainly looking to the future, the potential downside of antiarrhythmics, we're thinking about sotalol with bradycardia, amiodarone with potential for pulmonary or thyroid toxicity. The role of catheter ablation is advancing in our treatment armamentarium, mostly because of a combination of increasing effectiveness and reducing potential risk and complications with these procedures, such that in looking to the future, it seems probable that a combination of antiarrhythmics or ablation and a reflective conversation about which of those is most warranted at an individual level will be had, and switching between the two based on outcomes at an individual level for how initial treatment has gone, and really only reserving rate control or accepting the presence of atrial fibrillation, atrial flutter in particular, and rate control in that as a treatment of last resort, continuing to try and maintain normal sinus rhythm, recognizing that normal heart rhythms and maintaining effective ventricular filling is a very important component of maintaining Fontan circulations into the longer term. These are guidelines from the Cardiac Society of New Zealand and Australia. It's AF-centric, but again, it highlights the comment that really we're limited with antiarrhythmic options. And if we're thinking about antiarrhythmics for the likes of atrial flutter, atrial fibrillation, we're limited to amiodarone and really sotalol. Sotalol does tend to cause more in the way of bradycardia, so slower heart rates, and can therefore limit its effectiveness in not being able to achieve target doses. Amiodarone is our most effective heart rhythm medication, though potential for thyroid dysfunction, either an underactive or more concerningly an overactive thyroid, which can occur in as many as 1 in 20 to 1 in 50 patients treated with amiodarone, limits its use, as well as longer term potential risk for pulmonary fibrosis or lung scarring that can occur in as many as 1 in 200 to 1 in 500 people if they've been treated with amiodarone for a number of years. So therefore, these treatments do have a role, but increasingly because of catheter ablation becoming more effective and safer, that tends to have a higher role in our sort of hierarchy of treatment options. Alongside these medical type treatments, I think it's pertinent to also reflect on non-medical strategies. And this is again from adult data with atrial fibrillation, and not specific to those with Fontan circulations, but I think the general concept remains pertinent. We know that for adults with atrial fibrillation, that addressing other health issues where present is important, and that smoking cessation and alcohol reduction is important. And certainly alcohol reduction has been shown to reduce the frequency of atrial arrhythmias by up to 1/3 for those people with moderate or higher regular alcohol intake. And so addressing these factors where possible is an important adjunct to treatments, either with medications or procedures. One of the aspects of arrhythmia treatments that we often consider and think about in parallel to how we treat the arrhythmia itself is how we mitigate the risk of clot, thrombus, and thromboembolism. Particularly atrial arrhythmias such as atrial flutter, atrial fibrillation, these arrhythmias are associated with an increased risk of thrombus formation within the atria due to slower than usual flow through the atrium. This thrombus can then dislodge and potentially cause stroke or other embolic phenomena within the body. For these reasons, for those patients with atrial fibrillation, atrial flutter, we think about what their risk might be for these events occurring, and this risk ties in alongside other thrombotic risks that occur in the Fontan circulation, such as thrombus within the Fontan and the venous circulation itself. And so with this combination of arrhythmia risk and overall Fontan risk, we can then adjudicate and estimate who might be at higher or lower risk of having thromboembolic events, and then target and guide medication treatments specific to that. Traditionally, for those at higher risk, we've considered warfarin. Warfarin very much is the devil we know. It obviously requires dose alterations and often dietary understanding and knowledge in order to maintain therapeutic effects. There's some increasing data about the use of direct-acting oral anticoagulants, and therefore in some jurisdictions around the world, these are more commonly used than warfarin. Certainly in New Zealand, we have a tendency to use warfarin more than these other agents, mostly because of our familiarity with warfarin in the Fontan group, and also some concerns about intracerebral bleeding that occur with some of these direct-acting agents, and therefore how these might be managed and the nature of reversal agents for this. But to sort of summarize anticoagulation thoughts, we stratify in terms of risk, high, intermediate, or low, and then decide and make recommendations to how best to mitigate that risk in terms of either oral anticoagulation such as warfarin or antiplatelets such as aspirin treatments. We've already discussed and alluded to heart rhythm procedures such as catheter ablation. This is an example of a patient with a lateral tunnel Fontan who had a focal atrial tachycardia. These can be considered a single electrical spot or focus that will fire off by itself. The left-hand side is a picture of the Fontan circuit itself. There's a fenestration closure device in situ. On the right-hand side, this is an electrical map, so to speak, of the Fontan on the left and the atrium on the right. We have a reference decapolar catheter within the Fontan, and we use that to refer to and make timing reference points from that. We then manipulate a second catheter to various positions within the Fontan and the atrium, and then make timing reference points relative to that static catheter position. This particular map has red as a so-called hotspot. It's an annotation that most of us that do these procedures like using red as a little bit like that's the hotspot, recognizing that in a focal tachycardia, arrhythmias or electrical activity will emanate from a single point. And it's a little bit like dropping a pebble into a pond when you have a ripple coming out from that. Here you can see red as a central point going through yellows, then greens, then blues and purples, getting further away from the point where that arrhythmia is activating from. These dots in the middle represent the areas that ablation is undertaken for this patient to eliminate that arrhythmia. To briefly speak about pacemakers, in Fontan procedures, those with a Fontan, are often a surgical procedure. In Fontan patients, putting leads into the Fontan circulation does limit the ability to get into the heart itself. We don't have direct access through the venous system to reach the main pumping chamber, the ventricle, and therefore thrombus risk, if we were to put these leads into the arterial circulation, will limit its use. Therefore, most commonly, pacemakers will be implanted via a surgical approach and secured to the outside surface of the heart muscle. Pacemakers are useful for treating slow heart rhythm conditions, such as bradycardias, and bradycardias can be either due to the sinus node not working normally, so slower pulse rates, where the electrical activation doesn't start normally, or due to heart block or AV block conditions where the normal pulse rate will start, but electricity won't reach the bottom chambers of ventricle in the way it normally would, and therefore pacemakers can restore that normal top chamber atrium contraction followed by ventricle bottom chamber contraction. So to summarize, I think it's important that one discusses symptoms potentially attributable to heart rhythm conditions with your cardiologist. This includes not only palpitations, but effort intolerance, effort breathlessness, and fainting episodes. There's a variety of diagnostic tools and treatments. And these are individualized based on your specific symptoms and backgrounds. Managing lifestyle factors is an important adjunct to medication and procedural treatments for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Andrew, for that awesome overview. And thank you for spending some of your Sunday afternoon with us. We really appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Okay, so over to me now. For those of you who've just joined on, if you don't know me, I suppose I should introduce myself again. I'm Rachael Cordina. I'm an adult cardiologist from Sydney in Australia. And I'm probably not sharing my screen yet, am I? So let me do that. I might just need Andrew to stop sharing for a second. Fabulous.
Apologies, just done so.
Thank you, thank you. So Saskia, can you let me know if that's all? I think you can see that now. So some of you might have heard me give a similar talk. Please tune out if you've heard it before. I will present a little bit of new information though. I won't be offended if you're not listening. So really, I want to talk to you today about why, for most people living with a Fontan circulation, exercise is probably the best medicine. Now, it's not a magical panacea for everything, but I do think there's more and more evidence suggesting that it's the best non-invasive treatment for overall circulatory function. So you've heard from many speakers today about the special aspects of Fontan physiology. Fontan circulation operates without any kind of heart pump pushing blood through the lungs. The blood is channeled up straight into the lung arteries without any kind of heart pump. And so it works in a very special way. So for blood to get all the way from our organs back into the heart chambers, it relies on some unique forces that are a little bit important in the setting of a two-pumping chamber heart, but very, very important in the setting of a Fontan circulation. So it's important that the heart can relax properly, and that's called diastolic function. We rely very heavily on the lungs. So when you breathe in and the lungs expand, blood is sucked in to the lungs, and then when you breathe out, blood is pushed out of the lungs and forced back into the heart. And we also rely very heavily in Fontan physiology on the peripheral muscle pump, or the squeezing muscles of the exercising muscles. So if you think of the muscle belly as a sponge, so when the muscle contracts, the blood is squeezed out of that sponge and pushed back up to the heart. And that is very, very important. And if you rely heavily on the skeletal muscle pump, on healthy muscles, then of course it's important to have nice big ones. So I want to show you a couple of pictures here. So I know you guys aren't used to looking at ultrasound pictures, but it shows my point really nicely. So this little low pressure wave here is the blood flow in a young woman who is seated on an exercise bike, and she's just breathing. And when she breathes in, blood is sucked in through the lung blood vessel. This is blood flow in the lung blood vessel. And when she breathes out, it stops, because you can't see that blood's now being pushed into the heart. And then she takes another breath, and you can see the blood flow starts again. When she starts pedaling, so I've actually put the ECG leads on the legs of this patient. When she starts pedaling, you can see all these little squiggles happen. And with each leg contraction, she's pushing blood like little pulsations into the lungs. And those pulsations are really important for healthy blood vessel function. And something we're studying at the moment is whether that's one of the reasons why people who are very active in childhood might have improved function of the blood vessels in the lung and of their overall circulation. So there was a number of publications over the past decade or so that suggested that exercise capacity gradually falls as you get older in the setting of a Fontan circulation. These publications have come out of Europe, America, and they were a bit worrying. And so we thought, well, we should look at our population in Australia. And interestingly, when we studied the exercise capacity over time in people who live with a Fontan circulation, we didn't find that everybody deteriorates at all. In fact, on average, people tended to increase a little bit over time or sort of remain pretty stable. And we sort of were interested in why our results are so different. And we found that our group of people in Australia and New Zealand actually tend to be a bit more active than in other countries. And that might be because we've been banging on about exercise for so long. But we found that people who were physically active tended to sort of maintain stability or even improve their exercise capacity over time. And then, interestingly, the Danish people also just released another big study that suggested as well in their population of people, they didn't seem to see this kind of steady decline in exercise capacity. And we know that maintaining stable exercise capacity is really important to try and keep people out of hospital and away from developing important scary problems down the track. Now, it's very important when we're looking at those kind of studies, and Dominica mentioned this morning as well, that when we're just looking at studies where we're observing people, we don't know what the chicken or the egg is. So, you know, it's easy for me to sort of sit here and say, oh, well, all the people who were exercising, they were stable because they were exercising. Now, we don't know that for sure if we're just looking at data where we're observing people. It might simply be that the sicker people can't exercise, and so that reduced amount of exercise is associated with them being sick. And of course, they're deteriorating over time because they're sick. It's a chicken or the egg type thing. This is Florence Cordina, one of my daughters. As many of you know, I always like to add a chicken picture into the talks. So the question really becomes, do children, adult people who exercise do better because they exercise, or do they simply have better intrinsic physiology that allows them to exercise? And we've done a little bit of work to try and unravel this. So we, a number of years ago, undertook a study in people who had what we call high physical performance. So people who have a Fontan circulation, who achieve normal or even supranormal exercise capacity compared to the general population when we study them with an exercise test. And we call that group high physical performance. And we found that even though there are a whole bunch of what we would consider risk factors like a right ventricle type or pacemakers or other important health conditions, common features in that group tended to be that they were very active and exercising a lot. A lot of other groups have subsequently published almost identical findings. When we looked at this group again, we found that the strongest association, they were all fit and active and performing a lot of exercise, but they were especially active in childhood. And that seems to be a common theme, that this investment in early life exercise is really important. But again, we need to be studying people from the beginning and watching them, giving them an exercise intervention or an exercise training program, and then studying what happens to their bodies. Now, in a circulation that relies very heavily on healthy muscles and the peripheral muscle pump, obviously we want to have big ones, big healthy muscles. And that's a concern because people who have a Fontan circulation are at risk for having smaller muscles than people with other types of congenital heart disease. And we're trying to understand why that is. It's probably from a bunch of problems, including abnormal lymph and vein pressure and having reduced amount of blood flow. And it's important to recognise that the reduction in muscle mass isn't always obvious. And we also notice that people who have a Fontan circulation tend to have higher fat mass. And the problem with having low muscle, high fat is that actually on the scales, you might weigh up to have a normal body mass index. And so just relying on the scales isn't always the best way for you to know if you have a healthy body composition. And different clinics have different ways of assessing this. At RPA in Sydney, we do something called a DEXA scan. And you can see in this picture here, these two ladies have exactly the same, well, almost exactly the same body mass index. But the first lady has a much healthier body composition. So she has 31% body fat, and she has a normal or a healthy muscle mass. So the muscle there is the red lines, that's all her muscle, and the yellow is her fat. So she's got a nice healthy amount of muscle and a healthy amount of fat. Fat is good to an extent. We don't want you to have low fat. And the second lady, although they have the same body mass index, has a much higher fat mass, and she actually has really low muscle mass. And this is something that we would really need to be thinking about addressing through optimizing our diet and our exercise program. And on this graph here, I've just graphed for you what someone's body mass index is. So one person, that number one is the first person. You can see there's a big difference between what their adiposity or fatness, I know that's a terrible term, but whether they've got normal fatness, low fatness, moderate fatness, or high fatness. You can see there's very poor agreement between how the body mass index classifies them and how they're classified when we do a more thorough assessment of body composition. So there are a couple of studies that have assessed what happens to the body in somebody with a Fontan circulation when we do exercise training. So they're really trying to drill down a little bit more into that chicken or the egg question. Can we improve Fontan physiology through exercise? And years ago now, when I was doing my PhD research with David Sellermeyer, we took a group of people who were adults and intensively resistance trained them in the gym. And on average, they put on 2 kilos of muscle, and we improved their heart function, we improved their exercise capacity and the way their circulation worked. And I've presented this so many times that I'm not going to go into detail about that study today. There's a new study that's just come out that Dominica mentioned this morning. And they, in a larger group of patients, 28 people, these were children and adults, undertook an intervention where they were focusing on building up the leg muscles like we were. And they also gave people a high protein diet in this study. And they documented really important improvements, again, very similar to the improvements that we found in exercise capacity. They also documented an improvement in heart function, very similar to what we found. So it was reassuring that our sort of pilot small study findings are being replicated by other groups. Importantly, they also documented improvements in quality of life, in people's sense of their well-being, both parents and kids. So of all the non-invasive therapies ever studied in the setting of Fontan physiology, these are properly designed, what we call controlled trials, that include a placebo or a non-intervention arm. Exercise has by far been shown to be the most effective therapy. These are all the drug trials that have been performed in the setting of Fontan circulation. This is my exercise trial. I've added on here that latest 2024 trial because when we made this graph, that trial didn't exist yet. There's been one other trial which showed an enormous improvement in peak exercise capacity, which I'm not sure will be replicated. It was an abnormally high improvement in peak oxygen uptake, which is peak exercise capacity. So there's about 500 people with a Fontan circulation now who have been studied with exercise or lung training in the literature. And in general, the studies have demonstrated an improvement in exercise capacity. And importantly, There have been no major dangerous events reported in these groups of people who have done exercise training. So that's reassuring in terms of safety. The one question mark still hangs a little bit. When people with a Fontan circulation exercise, it does drive up vein pressure, and some people have worried about whether that might accelerate the liver changes and scarring that we see in the setting of the Fontan circulation. However, there's been a number of studies now that have suggested that actually exercise training in the long term is correlated with improved liver function. And there's been another interesting study recently that showed that even though the vein pressure goes up acutely when we exercise, there's no evidence for acute liver injury. This is something, though, that we're watching. And in the study that I'm running at the moment, we're looking very carefully at whether the quite intense exercise training program that we're putting our participants through is causing any important changes in the liver. So I'm using all medical terms here, and I've simplified it a little bit for you. So all these dot points are things that contribute to reduced exercise capacity in the setting of Fontan physiology, and also contribute to the other problems you've heard about today, like liver dysfunction and heart dysfunction. And the ones in red there are things that could potentially be modified by a regular exercise training program. So there's preliminary data suggesting we can improve heart function. There's no question that through exercise training, we definitely improve body composition with exercise training. We reduce the fat mass, we increase the muscle mass. We can improve lung function with exercise as well. We can probably improve the lung blood vessel function through exercise, which is something we're studying at the moment, as well as the strength of the lung pump, the lung muscles. And we also, there's a number of good studies that have shown that we improve the function and the size of the skeletal muscles, those leg muscles that are such an important pump for Fontan. And then lastly, but perhaps even more importantly, our brain. There is quite a lot of emerging data suggesting that exercise is a very important intervention for mental health and well-being. There's also a little bit of data suggesting that regular exercise can improve our brain function, our concentration, and our sleep, which is also something that we're assessing at the moment in the big trial that we're running. So we're still recruiting for this study. We have active sites in Sydney, Brisbane, and Melbourne. We've already recruited, I think, about 80 people with a Fontan circulation now. And it's a combined cardio and strength training project. So if you're interested, reach out. We're recruiting people from 10 to 55 years of age for this study. And the study will run to the end of next year. So hopefully in the 2026 Education Day, I will be able to be telling you about these results. There's also a study being run out of Stanford in America that's recruiting children with a Fontan circulation. So there's going to be a lot more data about this coming to you very soon, which is really exciting. So in conclusion, in the setting of Fontan physiology, exercise improves body composition, heart function, and exercise capacity. And it's also a great therapy for mental health and quality of life. And preliminary data suggests that this exercise training is very important to help optimize circulatory function. And stay tuned for more information. All right, that's me over with. And now, which is a great flow on from what I was just talking to you about, Melanie Clode is going to be speaking to you about nutrition. So Melanie is a dietitian based in Victoria who is undertaking a PhD that's solely focused on nutrition, particularly in the setting of Fontan physiology. And I'm sure Mel's going to become an international expert in this area, and there's really very little information. So I'm so excited to be working with Mel for her research program. Welcome, Mel.
Thank you.
I'll stay here while you share your slides and make sure it's all coming across okay. Looking excellent. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. So the focus of today's session is nutrition for the heart. So there are many components and aspects to consider when talking about nutrition and healthy eating. But through today's session, we'll explore how you can incorporate healthy eating habits into your daily life in a way that works best for each of you. So just as a disclaimer, the information discussed in today's session is general in nature and doesn't consider each person's own health circumstances. So when listening to today's presentation, please consider your own health advice and recommendations from your healthcare team, and discuss any questions or concerns with them before making any changes. So what is healthy eating? Every day we encounter discussions about healthy eating in various forms, and it's hard to miss. But what does healthy eating actually mean, and how can we achieve it? And that's certainly a million-dollar question. By the end of today's session, I hope you will have gained some insights to help you feel confident in achieving healthy eating. Some topics we discuss may be familiar to you, while others could be new, or they might serve as helpful reminders. But my goal is from today for everyone to leave having learned something valuable. But before we delve into what healthy eating is, let's first consider, what does healthy eating mean to you? So everyone has a different definition of what healthy eating means to them. A Google search of the term generates over 3 billion results. So while not every search result is wrong, each interpretation may vary depending on the healthy eating goal or intention. And that's something really important to consider when talking about healthy eating. Because for some, healthy eating might mean fueling their bodies to manage their daily activities, or exercise, or even running a marathon. For others, it could involve enjoying eating foods that bring them joy, or they be able to share them with other people. And for some, it might be for those who are recovering from illness. So healthy eating to them may mean eating enough energy and protein to help them feel strong again. So when practicing healthy eating, it's important to be clear on what healthy eating means to you and to understand the goals you hope to achieve from it. So as a dietitian, when I think about healthy eating, there are two things that come to mind. So the first thing I think about is it's important to fuel your body to meet its daily needs. And this involves making sure the energy and protein you eat from foods aligns with the energy and protein your body uses to function at its best. So essentially, it's that balance between intake versus outtake. And the second thing, it's important to offer your body a wide variety of foods each day, or more specifically, eating foods from each of the 5 food groups as recommended by the Australian Guide to Healthy Eating. So the 5 food groups by the Australian Guide to Healthy Eating are likely very familiar to all of you, so we're going to cover this very briefly. So the Australian Guide to Healthy Eating recommends that we enjoy a wide variety of foods every day from the 5 food groups. So this includes our vegetables and legumes. So different coloured vegetables provide us various nutrients. So one helpful tip when we eat foods from this group is we want to try avoid peeling the skin off these foods, as the skin is a really rich source of fibre. For cereals and grains, so this includes foods such as our breads, our rice, our cereals, and our pasta. And when we choose foods from these groups, we want to try and aim for whole grain options. With our fruits, we want to choose whole fruit options rather than dried fruits and fruit juices, as our whole fruits are a really excellent source of vitamins, particularly vitamin C. With our meats and different alternatives, they are a very rich source of protein, iron, and also vitamin B12. And for our dairy group, these foods provide us a really great source of protein and calcium, which is really important for building strong bones, teeth, and muscles. So what you may notice with these 5 groups is that our vegetables and our grains group are a little bit bigger in comparison. And the reason for this is because they make up the largest proportion of food we should be eating overall in our day. So it's not necessary to be eating from each of these food groups at every meal, but we always want to be aiming for variety. So as an example, at your lunch or dinner, you can always aim for 2 to 3 different coloured vegetables. So the question then is, how much food do you need each day? If we were to line up every person in the Australian population, each person would have different nutritional needs. Our nutritional needs refers to the amount of energy and protein a person requires from the foods and drinks to achieve good health. Now, no two people have the same nutritional needs, and our nutritional needs can change throughout our lives as they are dependent on factors such as our gender, our age, our weight, our height, our activity levels, and whether there are potential stresses too. Where we also might see differences in our nutritional needs are among those who are more physically active, who are taller, or even those who are unwell. Understanding the nutritional needs of each person is fundamental to achieving good health, particularly those who are unwell or experiencing injury. As healthcare professionals, there is a wealth of evidence available to help determine a person's nutritional needs. But because we don't apply a one-size-fits-all approach to determining nutritional needs, particularly in the general population, neither should we for those with a Fontan circulation. However, the challenge lies in our understanding of the specific needs. Currently, the nutritional needs of people with a Fontan circulation are largely based on general Australian population data, and this remains problematic as actual nutritional needs may differ, potentially leading to an overconsumption or an underconsumption of food, and this can influence body composition and weight. Now, we know that certain conditions can develop throughout a person's life with a Fontan circulation, and this can affect their nutritional status and metabolic requirements. So as Rachel mentioned, our research is focused on how food consumed can impact body composition in those with a Fontan circulation. So hopefully in a few years, we'll have some really exciting evidence and findings to share with you all. But unfortunately, most of our nutrition knowledge at the moment is just based on theories. But getting back to the topic of healthy eating, there are a few different ways we can assess whether we are eating enough food each day. So the 3 methods that I'm going to discuss are our recommended serve size, hunger and fullness cues, and the healthy plate guide. So essentially, the Australian Dietary Guidelines is your ultimate guide to healthy eating because it outlines the types and amounts of foods, food groups, and healthy eating behaviours we should be aiming to achieve for good health in the long term. So the Australian Dietary Guidelines outlines the recommended number of serves from each of the 5 food groups that people of different ages, lifestyles, and genders should aim to eat generally. The recommendations are currently broken down into 2 sections. So we have children, which covers 1 to 18 years, and we've got adults covering over 19 years. By eating the recommended serves from each of the 5 food groups, this ensures good nutrition is achieved for growth, and this is particularly in the case of children, and well-being, particularly in the case of adults. So it's important to note the guidelines do apply to people with no significant health conditions, and their activities range from sedentary to moderate. So as an example, the slide here shows the recommended intakes for a 30-year-old male and female. So for both examples, although they're the same age, you can see that there are some differences in their recommended serves for certain food groups, particularly vegetables, meats, and dairy. And these differences are due to their life stage and their nutritional needs. As we age, we would expect to see changes in the recommended serves also. So for example, in females, we would expect to see an increase in the recommended serves of dairy, and this would be to support bone health. But we would also expect to see a decrease in the recommended serves of grains, and this is due to metabolic changes. But one thing you can be pretty certain of is that no matter your age or your gender, we should always be aiming for 2 serves of fruit and 5 serves of vegetables each day. Now, in the case of children, the recommended number of serves is different again. And this is to reflect their ongoing growth and development nutritional needs as they move towards adulthood. So beginning at the age of 1, the recommended servings for the food groups increases as children age. So for example, the slide here shows the recommended serves for a 15-year-old male and female. So also, despite being the same age, there aren't too many difference in their recommended servings, except the servings of vegetables. Now, for comparison, if we were to look at a 2-year-old child, we would then see that they would need 2.5 serves of vegetables. So the differences for children are very much in relation to their age and their size as they continue to grow. So while knowing how many serves per day we should be eating is really important, it's also helpful to understand that what does a serve size mean? So within each food group, the guidelines outline a serve size of different foods. And these serve size within each of the food groups outline similar amounts of energy and protein. So the serve sizes that we do have in the guidelines reflect typical amounts of food eaten by the general Australian population. So the serve size refers to a set amount outlined by the Australian Dietary Guidelines, and this doesn't change. So for example, a serve of grains is 1 slice of bread or half a potato. Or for fruit, it's 1 apple and 2 kiwi fruits. And then for vegetables, we would be looking at about half a cup of green vegetables. Now, where things sometimes get a little bit more complicated is when we then talk about our portion sizes. So our portion sizes vary based on your hunger levels and the type of meal or snack that you're eating. So when we put these two concepts together, when you have a sandwich, your portion is your sandwich with your 2 slices of bread, but we would count that as being 2 serves of grain. But the reality is not everyone measures their food to track their serves, but there are other ways you can help, I guess, check if you're eating enough each day. So one way to know if you're eating enough is to reflect on how you feel at the end of each meal and waking up in the morning. So it's important to remember that you are the best judge of your body's needs, as you know your body better than anybody else. So your body will provide you with signs or clues to indicate whether you are on the right path. So if you often feel hungry with a very strong grumbling sensation after each meal, or even waking up in the morning, you could consider adding a few more serves of vegetables, fruits, or grains into your diet. Or alternatively, if you notice your clothing is fitting looser without any intentions of losing weight, you may also want to increase the serve sizes too. On the other hand, if you frequently feel very full after your meals, you might want to then consider reducing the number of serves of vegetables and grains or meats at your meals. So the best way to think of your stomach, it's like a fuel tank with a gauge. We always want to aim for a feeling between 1/4 and a half full after each meal. Now, another effective way of practicing healthy eating is using the Healthy Plate Guide. So this involves building your plate with a good balance of vegetables, grains, and proteins, and this particularly applies to lunch and dinner. So what you want to aim for on your plate is half of your plate should be filled with salad or vegetables. 1/4 should consist of lean meats, fish, or even plant-based proteins. And then the remaining 1/4 should be occupied by whole grain cereals such as pasta, rice, or even noodles. Now, another great way of estimating your serve sizes is to use your hand as a guide. So you can use 2 open hands for salads or vegetables, a palm-sized portion of lean meats or fish or even your plant-based proteins, and then a fist-sized portion for your whole grains. Now, one more thing you also just want to be mindful of when implementing healthy eating behaviors is to limit processed foods, so also known as sometimes foods, as these foods don't fit into the 5 food groups because they aren't essential to achieving good health. So these foods and drinks are very high in energy because they are high in added sugar, added salt, and saturated fat, or sometimes alcohol. but they are very low in our good nutrients. So we sometimes refer to them as energy dense or nutrient poor. Now, when we eat these foods, they don't provide our body with any of the good things that would help us to feel full or help support our body when it's growing or doing everyday activities. Now, it's not to say that we can't have these foods, because it's unavoidable to not be in situations where these foods are around. But we want to limit these foods to on occasion and in small amounts when we do. So essentially, these foods shouldn't be the main focus of our everyday eating. We should only aim to have these sometimes. So thank you for listening. You can find more information about this on the Eat for Health website if you are wanting to learn more. They've got amazing resources available too. But I guess the main lesson when it comes to healthy eating is don't make it complicated and find what works best for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mel. That was fantastic. All right, so I'd like to introduce our panel now. We're running slightly behind, so we might run till 3:15. So Hannah Ansell, who is joining from Sydney, is a senior exercise physiologist at Royal Prince Alfred Hospital in Sydney, and she's helping to run our exercise intervention trial. So any of the adults in Sydney, you might have come across Hannah by email or on the telephone. We have Jane Campbell joining. Jane lives with a Fontan Circulation, and she's the deputy chairperson of ANZFAC, and she lives in Adelaide and works in allied health, so she has a unique perspective. And we have Philip, who I frequently bump into around the traps at University of Sydney. He's currently undertaking a Masters of Public Health and also working as a research officer at RPA. He's also a biomedical engineer and lives with a Fontan Circulation, and he's an avid cyclist and runner, and has just undertaken a pretty impressive race. So I heard that hopefully you're going to tell us about, Philip. So welcome, panelists. Saskia, are you going to drive questions, or do you want me to drive questions?
I'm more than happy to shoot a few questions across to our panelists if they're okay with that too.
Right.
Fantastic. Well, actually, Rachel, before you disappear, the first question is for you. So, what are people's main concerns when commencing exercise for the first time with a congenital heart defect, and how would we address these concerns?
Okay, so I think that I'd probably put them into two boxes. The first concern is about safety. And as I mentioned in my talk, we've increasingly in the past 10 years or so gotten more experience and understand that exercise, when prescribed properly, is very safe and helpful for people with a Fontan Circulation. But it is important that it's prescribed appropriately. And so usually in children, we don't always undertake exercise testing. And in kids, I think it's much more important that they're participating in games and that their family's active and that they're enjoying things, but they've had a conversation with their cardiologist about anything that might need to be avoided. So, for example, children who are on stronger blood thinners like warfarin or rivaroxaban or apixaban are best avoiding contact sports in most situations. That's just an example. But we kind of prescribe exercise in terms of people's risk factor profile. So, for example, someone with a well-functioning Fontan Circulation that does normally on their exercise test and has no heart rhythm issues might not be under any restrictions at all. Whereas somebody with a Fontan Circulation whose heart muscle function is a little bit reduced, or they've had heart rhythm issues, I might recommend that they are training to more of a moderate intensity exercise. So not kind of running around 3 or 4 times a week playing singles tennis. So it really is individual, but it's safe when it's prescribed properly. The second aspect is some people are not sure where to start and are so limited that talking about exercising for 45 minutes to an hour most days of the week is just completely overwhelming for them. And so starting small and gradually building up and creating realistic expectations that aren't intimidating, I think are essential. Doing things that people like is really important. And where we can, I think involving an exercise physiologist or a professional is really helpful in the early stages, and that's not always possible. I recognise that resources are limited for some people. In Australia, there are ways through a chronic care plan that we can access exercise physiologists that Hannah will probably talk to you about soon. But they're probably the main aspects.
Oh, brilliant. And that does lead very nicely to another question that I would like to direct to Hannah, would be, as a Fontan person, who would you recommend to talk about exercise plans with? Is finding an exercise physiologist that specialises in cardiac health easy to find? Yeah, what are your thoughts on those?
Yeah, so I think this is a really good question. And a really common question I do get asked myself as an exercise physiologist. Many people can feel quite overwhelmed or unsure where to start with and what exercise is even best to do with the Fontan Circulation. So when talking about exercise plans, my advice would always be to start by finding an exercise physiologist to kind of help guide you through that beginning process. For those online who haven't heard of exercise physiologists before, we are an accredited healthcare professional who provide information and advice for chronic or complex health conditions. We spend about 4 years in university learning about the benefits of exercise for different health conditions, and basically we like to focus on improving overall function and quality of life. So as an exercise physiologist, we specialise in tailoring individual exercise programs, providing counselling on how to maintain exercise and active lifestyle, as well as ensuring that the program is safe and effective and appropriate for you. So in short, I guess I would start by finding a local exercise physiology clinic near you is probably the best place to start. I'm just going to quickly share my screen as well. Give me 1 second. Hopefully you guys can see those links there.
Yes.
Yep, beautiful. So I've just put some links on the screen that I'll kind of talk through these resources now. The first link on the left side of the screen will take you to the Exercise and Sports Science Australia page. Here you'll be able to search for an accredited exercise physiologist near you, as well as some information about their specialisations. So you can also change the location range in your search to make sure the EP is in a close proximity to where you are, as well as select filters like cardiac and paediatrics under the special interest category to help further narrow down your search for an EP that's kind of right for you. Just to build off this question as well, now that you've found an exercise physiologist near you, another common question that I also thought I would add on is, how do I access these services, which Rachel has already touched on a little bit. So there are a few different ways you can access exercise physiology services here in Australia. You can either be self-funded, which does require a full session fee kind of out of pocket. Another more affordable option is to obtain that GP management plan through the Medicare benefit scheme, so covered by Medicare. This is a referral that you get from your GP that gives you access to 5 subsidised sessions with an allied health professional within a calendar year. So to access this, it's pretty easy. You just have to book an appointment with your GP. You can talk to them about a management plan and they will be able to refer you to an exercise physiologist from there. Now, there may be a small gap fee depending on the clinic's cut of fees, but you can scan that middle QR code for more information on the Medicare kind of website for that. Now, in terms of similar schemes that are available in New Zealand, you can use that final link on the end there to kind of learn more about the green prescription. So this is issued by a health professional such as a GP, and there's options for either phone call, face-to-face, or family options as well to help you kind of access the right services for you and your family. But yeah, it aims to basically give people the knowledge and ability to participate in exercise and physical activity. I would recommend chatting to your GP for more information on this, as being an exercise physiologist in Australia, not as familiar with this scheme. But yeah, to summarize, these would be kind of my recommendations to kind of help you find an accredited exercise physiologist in cardiac health. And then also how to utilize these government schemes that we have available to help you gain access to these services.
Thank you, Hannah. So I think to summarize, talk to your cardiologist first about, are you completely unlimited at the intensity of exercise, or are there some slight limitations that they place on how hard you should train? Usually there's no magic formula. A bit of cardio exercise and some sports or other exercises that involve some resistance training are generally what we recommend. Whatever you do is good, basically. There's no magical formula. And then your GP can help you work out your training program. GPs won't have the expertise to be telling you sort of what intensity of exercise is safe. And it will be hard for an exercise physiologist, unless they were an expert like Hannah, to know that as well. So they'll need a little bit of guidance from your cardiologist. Thank you so much, Hannah. Those QR codes, that was a genius idea. Thank you.
All good.
Okay, Philip. Oh, I've jumped in, Saskia, and you're supposed to be the question asker. I can't help myself.
No, go for it, Rachel. No.
Nope, I'm zip.
All right. Well, you guys have been doing such a good job so far. That's been so informational between you, Rachel, and Hannah. You've done a great job at covering that topic. But it's actually quite nice because we've heard a lot about exercise and the benefits today. But in practical terms, Jane, I would love to address this next question to you. How easy is it actually to implement this exercise in your life?
Well, I guess, hello, everybody. And thank you, Rachel and the Fontan Registry, for a great day. In terms of your question there, Saskia, I guess as everyone sort of touched on, I think one of the hardest things is starting, because I guess the way you get exercise into your life is to sort of make it a habit. And if you've never had it as a habit, it's a very difficult thing to create. I guess as someone who's I don't want to call myself old, but older person with a Fontan, the advice has certainly changed over time. So for my parents, it was sort of like the fear of God was put in them about exercise. So I sort of never participated in any form of school sport or anything like that. I did PE and that was it. And then at 18, you go see an adult cardiologist and they're like, oh, Jane, you could benefit from some exercise. And you're sort of like, well, where do I go to do that? Like, I don't even know what that is. It was a bit tricky to sort of figure out how to start and where to start. And I think there are two sort of concerns that I had at that time. And one was, I think, as Rachel was talking about, this sort of fear of like, what's going to be the negatives if I overdid it? Like there was a lot of talk of, don't overdo it. And it's a bit like, what is overdoing it? Which is a bit of a, how long is a piece of string type question, but also, what sort of help would I need if I overdid it? Like, if I went to a gym, would they be able to help me if I overdid it or what? But then the other sort of concern I had, which has sort of lessened as I've gotten older, as a younger person or a teenager, I used to be very worried about how other people would view me as different. And so thinking of, going to a gym or doing a class and being unable to do something the way other people can do it or having to stop, I thought, oh my God, that's so embarrassing, like I don't want other people to see me and think, oh, that girl, she can't do it, and that, even though I know for the parents watching and the doctors watching, they're probably like, well, that's not a real problem. But as a young person, you think, oh my God, like I don't want to embarrass myself. Like I remember doing my friends and I went and did a sort of charity fun run. It was a walk for 12 kilometres, the city to bay, and I live in Adelaide, so it's all just flat ground, like nothing major. But I remember thinking, oh God, like what would happen if I got halfway through and I couldn't continue? And it wasn't actually, the worry wasn't really, oh no, what would happen to my heart? It was actually more, oh no, like all these people would be watching me and that would be so embarrassing. But I feel like that embarrassment and that sort of peer pressure fear, it does sort of go down as you get older. Like you do eventually have a sort of realization moment where you think it's more important for me to do this for my health than it is to look normal, you know, like I do Pilates and things now, like reformer Pilates, and I feel quite confident now. Like if I have to stop and sit down for a bit, you know, the trainer girl can be like, come on, Jane, you can do it. And I'll just be like, that's all right, I'm just going to sit for a bit. And I don't feel bad about that anymore. Whereas a younger me would have felt quite bad about that. But yeah, I think to continuing exercise, the difficulties is, and it's not really Fontan related, is my ability to find excuses to not exercise is quite many. So I often, you know, I just do walking every day, and then I do my Pilates, but I'm the sort of person who is like, oh, it might rain today, maybe I won't walk, you know, oh, it's too hot today, don't want to do that, you know. I can find a million excuses to not participate. So breaking that down for me has been a hard thing. But yeah, starting in the first instance was the hardest.
I can't believe that you said, oh, this isn't a real problem. That self-consciousness and that feeling of difference is such a big thing that I think a lot of people would relate to that, having been through the journey that you.
And it is something that, like, I think I felt it more when I was younger, but I still have moments now at 36 where I'll be like, ooh, you know, I don't want to tell people about this, or I don't want them to see me have to, you know, have a moment or whatever. Like, and some days it doesn't worry me at all that people know that I have a heart condition and whatever. And then other days it's really, you don't want to share that information, or it can feel sort of upsetting if someone's like, oh, she's a bit different or something, or what's wrong with you or something. And exactly what's happening those different days, I don't. But there you go. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing all that. I hear similar things often, and I think that sitting on the sidelines type thing that happened when you were little, you know, there's a lot of research about how that impacts your body confidence and your confidence and independence with exercise, and, you know, that lasts lifelong. So we've really done a disservice to people in those generations back. Thank you, Jane. Phil, I know I've go Saskia.
Hi, thanks, Jane. That was a really great talk there. Thanks for answering that question in the way that you did, and with sharing all of your experience there. And now on to Philip, our last question for Education Day. What physical and psychological challenges did you face growing up, and how did you overcome them?
Thanks, Saskia. Yeah, it's an absolute pleasure to be able to participate in Fontan Education Day and share my experience with everyone. I think just to build a little bit on where Jane finished off, and also the comment that Rachel made, I think I was very fortunate to get involved in exercise at an early age, and perhaps for somebody of my generation with a Fontan, that's a little bit unusual that I had cardiologists and parents who encouraged me to participate in sport and to be active. And I think I'm very lucky that that has benefited me into adulthood. But I guess when I was thinking about you know, potential barriers that I'd experienced or challenges, I think part of them come not just from the Fontan or from the clinicians, but just sort of societal perceptions. And one of the examples that came to mind is, you know, often if you go up to sign up for an event or for a gym membership, you're asked to disclose if you have a pre-existing medical condition. And you know, even now at 36 years of age, I don't know how to answer that question, because disclosing that I have a Fontan comes with a whole lot of baggage, and is very difficult to communicate to non-specialists about what impact that might have on my participation. So I think, you know, rather than necessarily physical limitations, just the sort of psychological and societal expectations can be a bit of a challenge to get through. I suppose like questions around cyanosis also can be difficult. So you know, when you are exercising, you know, many of us have some peripheral cyanosis, and so I would get questions about, you know, looking a little bit blue or having purple lips, and you know, those could be difficult to answer and address.
You tell people what cyanosis is, Phil, because they might.
Yeah, sorry. So yeah, cyanosis comes from that mixing of the blue and red blood that many of us, well, all of us with Fontan circulation have, and so you can have a bit of sort of purple or bluish coloring to your peripheral, your peripheries. So maybe like often on your fingertips or fingernails, or your lips might be a little bit blue colored. And for me, at least, this is exacerbated in the cold. I'm not sure if that's universal. And if you can't tell from my accent, I grew up in Canada. And so, you know, exercising in the wintertime, being outside, that was something that I got used to hearing. But I think those things aside, I've been very lucky to find that most of the limitations that I've faced as a person with a Fontan circulation have been psychological rather than physical, and I completely understand that that's not the universal experience, and that people with a Fontan circulation are on a spectrum of their exercise capability. But I think the things that have helped me to, you know, maintain involvement in exercise have been you know, around finding community and friends who are supportive, and so people to exercise with, and exercises that I enjoy doing. I recently started running, which Rachel had mentioned earlier, and that, you know, then brought me to signing up for an event and participating in that. And through my experience with running, I gained some exposure to Park Run, which is a really fantastic way of getting into running. It's a community-oriented, basically a running community actually that exists universally. And every Saturday morning, there's a 5-kilometer run, and it's people of all ages and all abilities. And so I think that otherness that you can feel as somebody with a Fontan circulation, that's not, you know, completely unique to being somebody with congenital heart disease. I think, like it was touched on earlier, exercise is something that everybody in the population is you know, encouraged to do, but we're all on a spectrum of where we are in that exercise journey. And so Park Run is a very great example of that, where you have you know, kids to elderly people all coming together to tackle this 5-kilometer run on a Saturday morning. And some people will be walking, some people will be running, and some people will be running really fast. And I think it gives you the opportunity to see that, you know, there are people of similar kind of ability to you, that you can then expose yourself to exercising with, and kind of step out of your comfort zone and into something new and hopefully rewarding.
Thank you, Phil. Well, on that note, I think we will finish, unless, did anybody have any final comments they wanted to say? No? Oh, thank you, panel. Thank you, Jane and Philip, for your stories as well. They're such a key part of the day. Well, thank you, everybody, for staying online for this marathon. And I want to thank all our contributors that help run the Fontan Registry, and especially Saskia. Thank you so much for all your help organising today. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, everybody.